Welcome to the new Chess24 playing experience. Play in light mode or dark mode. Choose from a range of time controls or create a custom game. And get paired with players from around the world, fast. Enjoy a polished playing experience while making moves on a fresh, responsive board to claim your victories. Train and improve with over 80,000 puzzles. And that's not all. Download now and discover what more you can enjoy in our brand new app.
It's time to take control of your journey towards chess mastery. Magnus Carlsen introduces Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Move Trainer uses the science of spaced repetition to identify your strengths and eliminate your weaknesses. There's no need to set up a board, remember which page you're on, or keep track of all the moves you miss. Move Trainer empowers you to go from the opening to the end game with confidence. It's a seamless, effective, and fun way to study chess. Choose from one of the largest online chess libraries in the world, with hundreds of titles ranging from classic books through to our exclusive Chessable courses, including over 100 free courses. Get expert insights from International Master John Bartholomew, Grandmaster Sam Shankland, International Master Christoph Sielecki, Grandmaster Simon Williams, World Champion Magnus Carlsen, and hundreds of other instructors. Get started now and join our growing community of over 100,000 chess enthusiasts at chessable.com. Chessable, take control of your journey towards chess mastery.
This is John. John loves to study chess. This is David. David loves to study chess as well, but efficiently. John spends more time setting up the board and figuring out what's on the page of his book than he gets to study. David likes to take it easy and use his time wisely. David has finished his exercise for today. John should try the same.
Welcome everybody!
My name is Jan Pomnishi, former world chess champion.
Are starting a new course here for Chessable.
A very special Chessable course.
Master your chess with Judith Polgar.
You know what? I learned a lot.
Okay, so let's send a challenge.
Here is challenging me. Nice graphics, easy to see. Oh, what are you thinking about? You're looking how it can be the most painful?
Exactly. Okay, fine.
That I give up a phone. He wants to be even rude. Hi, I'm Grandmaster Judith Polgar, and I'm here to welcome you in the Chessable classroom. It combines a shared chessboard with live video. Teachers get to interact on the chessboard with their students and even run quizzes and tournaments. I really love what Chessable Classroom can offer. I use it myself all the time. Just invite students to your classroom and start teaching right there. No downloads needed, and it's for free.
E5, it's E5 Patzers.
A complete repertoire against 1E4 based on 1E5, now available to study with Chessable's unique Move Trainer technology. The backbone is the Marshall Gambit against the Spanish, with 3 Knight F6 against the Italian. Jan Gustafsson has revisited all these lines he has played for 20 years and worked on as a second for Peter Lecco and Magnus Carlsen, amongst others, with the help of the most powerful engines out there, Leela 0 and Stockfish 10. This has led to many new discoveries and a repertoire ready to master on Chessable that can serve the student for a long chess career.
Maybe E4 doesn't exist after all.
E5, it's E5 Patzers.
I'm ahead of the game. I'm ahead of the game. I'm ahead of the game. up my rocker, but follow me, I'm ahead of the game. I'm ahead of the game. I'm only ever slinging, I'm working overtime. Got the song and I'm the singer, the melody, the vibe. I'm a prodigy, logically, I'm impossibly wanted. Then they'll remember my name. They'll remember my name. Ooh, well, I'm ahead now. I'm ahead of the game. I'm ahead of the game. Ooh, well, I'm ahead now. I'm ahead of the game. I'm ahead of the game. Well, I'm ahead now. Well, I'm ahead now. I'm ahead of the game. I'm ahead of the game.
Hello everyone, I'm Grandmaster Yasser Serwan. I do hope that you're enjoying the 2022 Tata Steel tournament broadcasts. Do you want to get my exclusive Chessable video course, Winning Chess Strategies, for free? Today, Chessable is running a promotion. Go to chessable.com/Yasser and see all the details of how you can get my course for free.
When I saw her for the first time, it was love at first sight. I love how rich and complex she is, how sharp and principled her first steps, how graceful her movement. Paris is a city of love. I've come to find my love for the French defense.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to our coverage of the penultimate round of the Tata Steel Masters 2022. We have a classic. Fabian Caruana versus Peter Svidler, I was going to say. But it's versus Magnus Carlsen, and Peter Svidler is here to tell us all about it. Peter, the Rossolimo again? That's somewhat surprising.
That's a throwback, to their match in 2018, of course. And a little bit surprising, but an interesting choice by sort of both of them, because Magnus, who we assume, since we haven't really heard anything to the opposite, we assume he gets a win in the last round. He could have played something more solid. He definitely has openings in his repertoire which are more geared towards solidity rather than excitement. But yeah, gave Fabi a chance to play the Sveshnikov. They played some very sharp Sveshnikovs in the past, and Rossolimo itself is also potentially quite unbalanced.
So Caruana not in the mood for 3d4. But yeah, recently he has been putting some pressure. Also with his bishop b5, g6 castles, bishop g7. And this time around, no structure with taking on c6, which if he wanted to do that, he probably would have done it a move earlier. So he plays c3. If memory serves, they had a battle in the c3 e5 line, which Magnus drew, but was under a bit of pressure. I can't recall where the game was and how exactly it played out, but it was something along these lines, no? Like a6, bishop.
Yeah,
somewhere.
it went bishop c.
Maybe Norway chess. It was one of
maybe
those.
bishop a4.
Yeah, it was this stuff, and a7, bishop d6, bishop b7, and so on. But this time around, Carlsen plays knight to f6, which used to be the absolute main line, but somewhat recently, I would say in the aftermath of the 2018 match, probably 2019-ish, Wijk started making a bit of progress in these lines, in particular, these ideas with takes and bishop e3 or directly bishop e3, and then an early queen c1. And all of a sudden, things didn't look so rosy for black, and people started switching to, well, 5e5 or 1e5, even better move.
Yeah, 1e5 probably.
Like that.
Chessable.com/Jan if you haven't yet.
Nepomniachtchi versus Carlsen.
Yeah, but I don't know. To my mind, what we assume is quite likely to be the position by move, I don't know, 10-12 today, I think it's probably still fine for black. I played this bishop 6 bc, bishop e3 in the Grand Swiss against Kirill Shevchenko. Didn't really enjoy my time greatly, but I did it without really properly analyzing it, which generally is not a recipe for success these days against young, well-prepared players. I believe Wesley also gives it in his course on 1e4, so there's definitely a body of opinion supporting this choice. I think Fabi also played it already, so this is definitely the expectation, but he might have other things in mind.
All right, let's see what he does. I should mention this move briefly, which I'm a fan. I played quite a bit in Blitz or Bullet because there's always a fair chance that knight takes e5, c6 actually happens. And now we win the knight. So it has great practical value. But what's even better about it, it's not that bad.
Yeah, I think
I'm not going to claim it's the main line, but Mr. Antipov, strong Russian Grandmaster, former junior world champion, he plays this as his main line in the Berlin. He has quite some success there. And the plan is basically knight g6 and then c6. On a good day, d5, but realistically, typically d6. And you play it like a typical Italian/Spanish with a very early knight maneuver.
Yeah. And the point there, it feels like we're kind of damning it with faint praise, but the point about moves like this being not that bad is very relevant because I think it often inspires the white player to try to refute it, and then it becomes even better since it doesn't actually have any particular refutation and sort of over pushing, trying to punish this kind of taking of freedoms is a way for black maybe to develop more counterplay than they normally get in these lines. Yeah, we'll see. It's obviously, as you said, not the main choice, but
Andre doesn't seem surprised. He does play the, I think, critical move without much thought, knight to c3. Now, if black goes knight g6, then d4 can be somewhat awkward, and we're not ready for d6 or c6. So typically they go c6. And now bishop c4, d5 was a bit risky. So once again, you have a choice between knight g6 and d6. And yeah, white put some pressure, but it can lead to some playable, whatever we want to call it, Philidor, Loof positions. And yeah, c6 played by Rapport.
Yeah, I mean, he obviously hasn't done this just to, see if maybe he wins a piece by move 6. He has some idea about this.
I usually do it because I want to see if I win the piece. But since sometimes it doesn't happen, I had to acquire some knowledge in case knight c3 gets played in my blitz games.
Yeah. We'll keep in mind on this. Yeah, I mean, I can't speak. There's also a proper Italian in the Vidit Mamijarov game. A proper Grunfeld might be the first one of the tournament in round 12. Yeah, I don't remember a single Grunfeld until today in the game between Anish and Niels, and a very, very wild position in Shankland Karakin. I mean, it's probably completely theoretical, but looks very wild to me.
F3 Nemzo. Sam. Going for broke, and Kayakin forced to play. He will know a little something about the F3 Nemzo. Had some games here as well. So I'm not sure how much detail we should cover in, but c5, d5, b5. One of the most principal ways to play for black. Pawn to e4. And here, interestingly, Kayakin goes d6, which I've seen recommended recently as well. The main line where Kayakin's good friend Mamad Yarov has a lot of games is castles, and now e5, knight e8, f4. So d6 is directed against this pawn to e5. While still saying, I'm not too concerned with you taking here. I guess e takes d and castles. And then a later a6 is just a Benko on steroids. There we can win the pawn. Here I'm out of book, but these things look, even this idea I've seen before, and Sam and Sergei certainly aren't out of book, blitzing out the moves.
Yeah, they continue playing very, very quickly, even though none of this looks particularly forced. And Sergei's next move is, I think, a very good indication that he's looked at this before, because the black's position doesn't really look all that critical, and giving up the f7 pawn is a very kind of a critical, very concrete response you don't really settle on unless you've looked at this. Also, no surprise to Sam, who so far hasn't started thinking yet, is on 145 by move 15.
Sam knows. In my blitz games, I usually play knight takes d5 in positions like this, hoping for ed queen h4. But maybe I have to rethink my blitz games repertoire a bit. No, clearly, both sides know this.
Yeah, bishop f4, c4, forcing the exchange on e5, because allowing, of course, knight d3 check would have been very hard to justify. Honestly, it doesn't look to me like black should be worse here, but that's a very, very superficial assessment. But the compensation, the bishop, I assume bishop c5 gets played either immediately or very soon. We're probably not going to stop white from castling kingside, but you do want to make it as uncomfortable as possible. And then the bishop will land on d4, generating a lot of play. Rook b8, yeah, castles rook d8. We'll have a lot of pressure in the center and on the king side, sorry, on the queen side. But white, on the other hand, knight h3 is a very good indication of what white is planning here. Instead of knight g2, we're putting knight on h3 to play knight f2. Yeah, I think, yeah, knight g2, bishop c5, you might never get an opportunity to castle kingside anymore. So here, after bishop c5, I assume the plan is to go knight f2 straight away and castle pretty much the moment it becomes available. Yeah, looks to me like there should be enough compensation, but Sam clearly disagrees to some extent. Like we don't know just how much he likes this, but whether this is just an attempt to check Sergei's preparation or whether he believes that white is actually better here. But
probably both, no? I mean,
A
they're
bit
both
of
playing
both,
first
yeah.
line, it will be 0-25, and if black keeps playing well, it will be a draw.
Yeah, normally a bit of both is a very solid answer in these types of situations. And yeah, we keep on saying this every day, but kind of story checks out. Sam definitely very, very well prepared in everything that he plays. We may have seen him get slightly out prepared once or twice in this tournament, but I can't off the top of my head remember when. Seems like he's always very much on top of things in the opening phase. The phases following the opening have not gone swimmingly every single time, but the opening he does seem to have.
No bigger hater than you. Yeah, what Sam scores like -2. Has he won a game? He's made a bunch of draws.
Let me check.
I think, yeah, he might not have won.
Let me check.
No, he lost 2 and drew the rest. So yeah, his preparation has been excellent, but he hasn't managed to break through yet. But 2 games left. He did look better than the result, but maybe that's just me as a theory nerd speaking.
Yeah, it is. You know, as someone who clearly isn't a theory nerd, watching him sort of nail the opening phase in every single game. It's not just that he knows what he's doing, but also very clearly he either has excellent memory for everything he's ever looked at in his life, which is very admirable, or he actually sort of guesses correctly what will happen on the day. And both of those things are sort of A, very alien, and B, incredibly, like, make me incredibly jealous. Whatever it is, both of them are going to make me very, very jealous. Not a skill I can boast of, at least recently. So what shall we look at?
I don't know. I'm fascinated by this because I'm a self-taught expert here, and so is Yesipenko apparently. Blitzing out the moves, knight h4 is the first line here and the critical move. Which, yeah, did he expect Rapport to play knight e7, or is this just common knowledge?
Common knowledge, maybe not, but Andrei does work on chess. Like I've watched him do it. I have first-hand proof of that being a thing. It looks kind of weird. For instance, why is g5 bad? f4 or something. f4 probably is a little bit too much. Yeah.
There's also queen f3, bishop g7.
Yeah, I was wondering about that, but is it that bad for black? I guess we include d and play knight f5,
knight
right?
f5, which I think the computer likes for white. But yeah, it's a move for sure.
Yeah. What else is a move after knight h4? We obviously aren't playing knight.
Question: knight h4 is good. You don't expect people to play knight h4 when you play this knight e7 line, so it already feels unfair.
Yeah. That's how I feel when people know theory against me. Like it's borderline cheating. Yeah, g5 played by Richard, and it really did seem like it might be semi-forced, because like allowing f to f4 will not go very well for you, I think. And you're just generally kind of running out of moves there with black.
Yeah, I think the line is supposed to be this. Go here. Very cute, sir, but your king will still be weak.
Yeah. ChatMG is asking whether any of the chat suggested remedies for cough helped you yesterday.
Not at all. It got much worse overnight. Like, basically, I'm spending all my not on airtime trying to fight the cough and the sneeze to be half functioning on air, which hopefully we can change very soon. How's your health levels. This is like the test.
I've had a kind of a weird, persistent headache the entire day today for no reason that I can see. I think I think it might not actually be a thing from what I read online, but I'm still going to claim I'm some sort of meteor dependent, and the kind of snow and then snow melting off and then snow again kind of thing is driving me slightly mental. But I don't know. Apart from that, kind of okay.
Why are we doing this to ourselves? These cold northern winters. Every year we get sick and depressed.
Yeah, I think we've
Dr. Chat.
It's Stockholm syndrome by this point, right? We're so used to this cycle of violence that we just can't think of a life without it.
Oh. So, in the game du jour, where Magnus with a draw can clinch tournament victory, is that true?
That doesn't seem right, no? Because Richie can win today and win tomorrow.
Yeah, well, so assuming Magnus wins tomorrow, if Richard wins today and tomorrow, they would be shared first, and now there is a tie break. There used to be no tie breaks in Wijk traditionally, but now there is a tie break even with all the players on the same number of points.
It's basically so that they could avoid this scathing, dodgy humor on the topic of him actually wanting Alireza in the tiebreak. Well, I mean, not going to happen in this tournament for different reasons than usual, but yeah, clearly the organizers are running absolutely scared of dodgy, making gentle fun of them.
Don't want that to happen. So Fabi goes bishop e3. Yes, briefly mentioned. There are two versions of this. You can take here first, or you can do it directly. Magnus goes cd, which is interesting, because typically they start with queen b6, when white still has the choice to take. And then, I'm sure there were some games here. Yeah, we could argue if white is better or not. Doesn't matter. Magnus goes for the somewhat rare cd, now queen b6. Probably saying takes does not scare me all that much now with the DC option of the table. But now Karana plays queen e2, which is a bit of a bonus option, I guess, given by black's move order here. C4 a move? Or...
C4 exists, but I think you kind of need to justify it with maybe the immediate f6, because I will be playing bishop a4 in response and claiming that if I can get it to c2 safely, I will be the happier with that interaction. But yeah, these positions are tricky and very sharp. Actually, I think they are about as sharp as they can get in these lines of the Rossalimo, because black often leaves very much on the edge. Because if white can find a way to attack the knight on e4 without trading it, it might be a big problem. And
yeah, I'm just wondering if c4 is not a great option here, which doesn't look like it is. Then maybe after queen e2, cd is the move either way, which could also indicate that Fabi had possibly planned to play queen e2, no matter what, which is why he's not thinking much about Magnus. Slightly fiddling with the move order. So
yeah,
here we are.
Looks like bishop g4 is a very strong move, but in fact it doesn't really create a threat, because bishop takes f3, gf is exactly one of those situations where the knight on e4 gets attacked without trading and it actually gets picked up. You still kind of have to continue calculating here. There is knight takes d4. There's also knight g5, which I guess loses to bishop takes c6, but it's an existing option. But seems like it shouldn't work. Yeah, it just doesn't. Yeah, this definitely doesn't work. And knight takes d4, I guess, is maybe slightly more playable, but still don't expect it to equalize. Takes, fe, I don't know, queen takes e5, and then knight goes somewhere, c3, d2, I don't know. Choose a square. And black will get some pawns for the piece, but you normally don't fully equalize in positions like this unless you have an attack on the king side. And Fabi goes bishop d7, which is another...
Magnus.
Oh, sorry, yeah, Magnus is black, yeah, apologies. Yeah, obviously, he is, yeah, I caught myself midway there thinking maybe d takes e5 refutes it, but it doesn't. Knight takes e5 is a threat now that needs to be addressed. A very typical tactic, attacking the bishop on b5 while also protecting the bishop on d7. You either drop the bishop back or you support it somehow. It's not that, like, knight a3 exists, but I would very much like not to make that move. Like, I think I will pay money not to play knight a3 in this position. It's just,
can go here, no? Now you're knight.
This d5 refutes. So bishop a4 definitely an option. Both knight e5 and knight d4 not working there because the queen on b6 will hang. Or bishop d3, but bishop d3 I actually like less because knight d4 seems annoying. Or sometimes they just take on c6 and say that we're not that unhappy. But yeah, bishop a4 was always a favorite there. So how do we approach this with black?
I don't know. Fabi seems to very much still be in book. Can't see anything direct. Queen a6 is a bit sad, right? Especially.
Yeah, doesn't look right with the pin. Although it will reestablish the threat of knight takes e5 right after the capture.
Yeah.
So we can't really make the kind of a move we would like to make here with white, like rook c1 or something. But we can play bishop b3, I guess, or
maybe it's not terrible.
Yeah, it's playable. I think it's more playable than I originally thought, but not that enjoyable, I suppose. We can sort of just ignore things, put the rook on c8 and say that probably this rook, yeah, and just wait for a move. What do we think about this structure? Yeah, I was going to ask you. Because I always think white should be much better, but it's not always the case, right? It's sometimes you are, sometimes you aren't. Yeah, more deep wisdom from the many-time Russian champ.
Yeah, don't know. I always don't like it for black. Bishop seems bad, and f6 is not easy to manufacture without weakening the king and so on. But yeah, as you expertly explained, could depend on where the pieces are. And so, but yeah, as a rule, I'm also not a fan at all for black.
Yeah, if you develop a lot of counterplay on the queen side sort of immediately, then maybe
there's some direct stuff here.
But yeah, like generally, yeah, whenever I see this with white, I think, okay, at some point I will play h4, h5, and I will develop a crushing attack on the king side, and I don't really care about my queen side all that much. But it's kind of simplistic and doesn't always work as effectively as one would like. But yeah, rook c8 is a bit of a kind of a quiet move. Can we play? I just don't like f6 here. I wanted to ask you if we can play f6, and we probably can. I just don't think the outcomes will be great. Just we can ignore it, or we can.
I think no. I don't know if I can go knight c3, but it feels always worried.
Yeah, but that doesn't really seem right.
Let's try this.
Yeah. My issue is I don't think we've equalized as black even after ef, knight c3, because we cannot, I think, keep the knight on e4 alive. ef followed by f5 and not losing the pawn on d5, that would be sort of an ideal scenario. But after ef, knight c3, I think black might be forced to take on c3. And then I once again just like white much better. Pawn on d5 somewhat weak, bishop on g7 still stupid. We have played f6, which Ben, who is here almost daily, would have strong opinions on.
No, Magnus, if he starts taking time now, then something might have gone a little wrong in the approach there. Maybe he was surprised by this queen e2 by Fabi, because usually I think they were taking on c6 one day or another, but if white can just keep the bishop, what's not to like? Sorry.
Yeah, seems to be going fine for Fabi so far. Yeah, the Italian has gone interestingly so far, actually. Because this is a line I'm pretty sure I've looked at, but I don't remember anything as usual. I think this is, yeah, I think a4 here, we're back in the territory. I think Alexeyenko had this against Fabi in the in the candidates. And then I think I had this with white as well in, I want to say, one of the super final games maybe, but everything is very, very hazy. The point here is the pawn on d4 is hanging, but e takes d4, we go cd, and then if you continue taking on d4, white gets a lot of compensation because of a4, a5 ideas. And if you play a5 yourself here, seemingly stopping everything, white has bishop a2. Before taking, a5 bishop a2 is Alexeyenko Caruana from the candidates. It's a very sound, I think, pawn sacrifice, and the game, I think, eventually was drawn, but you can definitely play that. But Shach has a different opinion about the whole thing. He goes ed, cd, and just goes d6, d5 straight away. Doesn't really attempt to win the pawn on d4 here, just goes for this. Very understandable decision. Whenever you get a chance with black to play ed4, cd4, d5, it seems reasonable, creating a nice Alani on d4 and just sort of solving many of the issues in the center. Normal reaction, I want to say here, would be d5, knight d5, knight d4, right? That's what you generally do in these positions.
Yeah. Here with a4 thrown in, you can dream of some rook swings and checkmate.
Yeah. Bishop b6. Maybe even immediately, yeah, who knows. Give me a moment.
Wordle? So let's have a look around the other games we haven't seen. Duda against Van Foreest yet. Duda, after his 10-move draw yesterday, was apologetic, said it was very special circumstances for him, which I think we should respect with Duda. Yeah, never doing this. But yeah, something must have been off.
Yeah, something clearly must have been off yesterday. Sorry about the break. I'm talking to robo assistants who are these days in charge of all of our daily functions, apparently, and they need to be spoken to very, very clearly and very promptly. But Duda today very much back to his usual stuff. Very sharp openings. No attempts to pull punches or anything. I assume a position you know much more than I do. Even though this
bishop b4, like this is the standard Moscow, anti-Moscow, whatever you want to call it. Bishop g5, h6 takes. e3 is the main move here. g3 is known. Knight d7, bishop g2, d takes c, short castles. Here bishop b4 is rare to my eyes. As usual, Jorn has engines diligent. I might be operating on somewhat old knowledge here, but yeah, I would always.
I think I played bishop b7 in this position. Yeah, maybe against Shach. I think I had this with black against Shahriar in one of the European teams, circa maybe 2003 or something. But he probably didn't castle. I have a feeling he actually castled long in that game, so it went slightly differently. I think he probably played knight e4, knight g2 maybe on move 9, but. I used to play that for a bit and then gave up and never really returned to it. Yeah, bishop b4 looks a bit weird, but just as you said.
Old lines that once again.
e5
stuff
here.
like this is
supposed to be fine.
Some old theory, for example, but and I think e3 followed by queen e2 is maybe a more modern way to play this. But back then I thought it was fine for black. Bishop b4 I've never looked at. Jorn, however, most likely has. Looks a bit random, right? Like, I don't know, rook c1 or queen c2. What do you want? Maybe just wants to castle.
I think this is maybe aimed against some of those particular ideas, like knight d4, knight g2 now might run into c4, c3, and you might sorry, you might never get your pawn back. But yeah, it does look like a move that you only really make because you little birdie told you to.
Yeah, I'm not sure. He spent some time. Could also be that he's out of book and just trying to make some move that he hopes will also put Jan Krzysztof out of book. Because his G3 is not exactly the height of fashion. Not sure. Generally, always believe in Jorn's homework, but this could also be over the board inspiration.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And
Lubov, once again, not playing. We had him on the show yesterday. You can check the transcript on chess24.com, the things he had to say. But yeah, basically, tested positive for COVID, very likely will not re-emerge in this tournament. And therefore, Pragna gets a free point.
Yeah, the big question is whether he will be free to actually play in Berlin. This is the intrigue currently on his status, because he's been feeling from what we understood from him yesterday, he's feeling fine, but that kind of counts for not very much. You do need to test negative, and there might be also some time span between your last negative test and any kind of ability to travel. So yeah, that's the big question now, whether he gets to play the first leg of the Grand Prix in Berlin. And one final position we haven't really had on the screen yet is actually the Grunfeld. And it's a bit of a weird one because DC followed by bishop f5 and knight bd7 is definitely what I give in the first half of the course.
Chessable.com/Peter, or where can I find that?
That course, yeah. And 10a4 is a rare move, which I think I definitely talk about it a little bit, but I think I couldn't quite understand why it's supposed to be good for white. Niels, on the other, I don't particularly like the idea of allowing this pawn to reach a5, though. I think.
How do you not play a5 here?
Yeah, I think you just kind of react by playing a5 and go from there, because allowing this pawn to reach a5 takes away so many squares from your pieces that.
No, you're just cramped. No, there's no knight b6, no queen anywhere.
Or queen a5 or queen b6. None of those moves are available anymore, unless Niels wants to play, I don't know, like b7, b5 here, and solve that problem this way. Yeah, it's a bit curious that both that Anish plays a4. I remember my feeling was generally like there are very few positions in the G3 Grunfelds where I believe a4 would be a very useful move for white. So I was kind of struggling to justify looking at this in great depth. But it was also definitely smarter than it looked at the first glance. It's a playable move, and Anish playing it today definitely is sort of cause for concern, but I have a feeling the line survives. I don't think it refutes the line, but I'm not
to refute lines nowadays. And Anish has played probably every legal move in this position. No?
I
do rook e1, bishop f4. So maybe he's just looking for a fresh surprise and trying to take Niels out of the book, which might have worked.
Yeah, but yeah, I'm definitely not a huge fan of allowing this pawn to go any further. Feels like you're immediately putting yourself in a position where you might have to equalize by some weird tactical measures, because your normal play will just no longer be fast enough. Would prefer not to let that happen.
Yeah, no, the assumption has to be he wants something like this. Looks weird, no, even if we take with the pawn.
Yeah, we've given up the A file, bishop f4, rook a7, and whatever. Yeah, it just feels like we are already, compared to the normal positions you get in this line, you're already somewhat behind, and giving white additional hope. We'll see. I mean, already now, if you give Anish like one more tempo to do something constructive, you just might run out of options altogether. So yeah, curious. Niels did spend some time choosing rook c8, so he clearly has some idea, because I mean he must have known a5 is coming. You don't play a4 not to play a5 in that position. So yeah, he does go b5.
Yeah, what else?
Yeah, exactly. It kind of feels like you're obliged to. And white might not even take on b6. There's definitely like if you can play something like, I think it's going to be very difficult to stop c5. Yeah, I was
Queen b3, then you will get.
Queen b3 or Queen b4. I was AB played instantly by Nish.
We should explain this is the so-called en passant rule, which is a bit of a freak exception in chess. If you have a pawn on your opponent's 4th rank, your own 5th rank, and one of your opponent's pawns advances 2 squares at once, which they are allowed to do from the starting position, they can pretend I can only advance 1 move and take it. It's called en passant. Only works directly after the move has been made. For example, here, way too late. So that's what he does, en passant.
Yeah, AB played. For some reason, there's a very heated discussion in our Twitch chat on the merits of Caro-Kann as an opening. Caro-Kann is fine as an opening. It's risky, but it's nowhere near as bad as some people in our chat apparently seem to think.
Just less good than e5 or c5, which occupy a central square. But after that, c6, e6 are both logical. They're preparing to occupy a central square ourselves, no? I would say it's probably third, maybe tight third. What's
I
the
think
ranking?
I probably rate Caro ahead of the French, but that's my personal foibles.
Go third.
Yeah, and people who think it's like hot trash, I don't know what you're basing this on. It's a very sharp opening, can be played in a variety of ways, and arguably maybe these days the one it's the hardest to completely, pacify with white. Like there's always force draws everywhere, but I think against the Caro,
I'm trying to learn the Caro. It's often a little worse, so it's very hard to force a draw, and it leaves some play interesting positions on the board. Now, with the emergence of this line, black being okay after knight f6 and e takes f, we don't even have to suffer through this territory anymore. So what's not to like? Like e5 might objectively be better for white, but you'll always get a fight.
Yeah,
So
they are very, very
it.
interesting positions. Yeah, and it is just generally a very, very nice weapon to play in a somewhat must-win games, because you often get positions where you haven't equalized, but there's still plenty of play. Most of the pieces still on the board. Very, very difficult for white to simplify.
Because if you do it against Anish, you might run into this.
Yeah, but you're not actually obliged to get the queens off. You can accept a slightly worse position and just play, I don't know, g6 or queen c7 or whatever they play there. Yeah. So yeah, Caro is fine. Rook c8, knight c3 in the meantime is on the board in the Magnus game. Yeah, I think we've agreed that we don't particularly like this for black, but it's not horrible. It's just going to be a bit worse, I guess, to begin with.
Yeah, curious what he wants to do with the pieces. You can't play knight a5 yet, which I guess is something you want to do. f6 we're not big fans of generally, and probably specifically here. So what is there? Queen a5, was that a move, or it seems like it's asking?
I think it is, yeah. And also knight takes c3 hasn't been played yet, so maybe there's an argument with starting with queen a5 and then reevaluating. But I have a feeling that all the reevaluating you will be doing after bishop b3 is still going to lead you to, I must take on c3, there is nothing else.
This could be bad, no?
Could be, yeah. Could be. In particular, because the queen on a5 kind of occupies the square that we want the knight to occupy, so you're kind of... you're not really putting pieces on the squares they want to be on. It's very annoying that we can't play knight c3, bc, knight a5 straight away. Like, in view of that, I've started considering like playing queen c7 here or whatever, just to prepare knight a5 and play knight a5, but it looks very, very artificial. Spending a full temp on something like queen c7 or queen d8 just doesn't look right either. Neramon says, what about queen b4? I guess queen b4 is a sort of the same, but you lock yourself into the same line even more after bishop b3. Because now you might have to take on c3 twice, which was always the option, but it wasn't forced for black, but now it might actually be forced. And I don't think those are good positions, like takes, queen c3, bishop takes d5.
We'll start with this. But
Yeah, we could all start with rook c1. Yeah, I didn't realize.
Yeah, it just looks better for white, no? More pawns in the center, bishop bad.
Bishop bad in particular. Yeah. This is like a Grunfeld which has gone at least somewhat and maybe even quite badly wrong. With white getting the pawn to e5 and then not really having to make very many concessions for it. Not to my knowledge, Tom, 13-13-26. Yeah, this is sort of progressing exactly as we've expected. The bishop will get to d4, white will get to castle. And yeah, I still feel it shouldn't be all that bad for black, but a pawn is a pawn is a pawn. So, some pressure, I suppose.
Yeah. I'll have to excuse myself early. Go for some more hot beverage. Flash nose cleaning operations. Sorry, I'll be back.
And some interesting information from Bernie64 in the Twitch chat on the topic of this Nimzo, where apparently up to this moment, this is not one but two chessable courses, and Surya Ganguly says you have to play Queen c5 here, which is much stronger than bishop c5, which is, I think, maybe, if I understand correctly, was given in Sopika Goramishvili's course on the Nimzo, and Queen c5, Queen e2, and the idea apparently is quite a striking move, long castles, assuming control over the d file and launching a lot of counterplay that way. Queen c5 does look interesting, I have to say, and Sergei by this point actually started thinking, so he might actually be somewhat out of book. And if Surya doesn't like bishop's illusion, that Queen c5 is just much stronger. So Sam, yeah, once again we've kind of been in the prep battle, and also, I mean, there's obviously some backstory to this particular game, because they played this very, very dramatic match in the Sochi World Cup, where Sam twice won with white, only to lose the next game with black, both in classical and I think the first rapid. Well, you can ask him yourself, Tom, but I don't think it's very topical right now. So yeah, they obviously have some history, and Sam, I think, will be very motivated to try and you know, put a dent in Sergei's tournament and win a game finally. And maybe he is doing quite well in that respect, considering the fact that Surya apparently dislikes bishop c5. You can't really play castles yet here because this is a check, or at least you have to think twice about castling. Normally Queen takes c4 would be unplayable because of bishop takes f2 check, and then Queen takes c4, but if you castle first, this is a check. So if you want to castle short here, you probably start by playing bishop d4, and then the plan for black would be to play something like castles. The queen comes out to e6. I suppose the rook goes to b4, the second rook probably wants to go to b8, and if you achieve that setup, your position really doesn't look all that bad, because it's not very clear to me how white is supposed to make progress, when I think white's entire setup will be very much tied to the protection of the pawn on b2. But I guess white obviously is not going to be passing this entire time, so like you castle, we castle, and some sort of maybe rook c1, c2, and then king h1, maybe knight g1, knight e3. Those types of plans, but not sure. It continues looking to me like this cannot possibly be very, very bad for black, but I am quite heavily influenced by the fact that Surya dislikes this, because I trust Surya's analytical powers, in particular in very concrete positions like this, where I think he has a lot of experience, and also he definitely knows how to analyze properly. Bishop f4 played in the Geary Grandelius game, as we've expected. b5 followed by some sort of knight b6, knight d5 plan is sort of the logical follow-up here, at least it looks to me, because you definitely do need some squares for these two pieces. It's very difficult to equalize positions like this when those two pieces are very much stuck to their original squares. And b5 does seem logical. Queen b3, we can maybe even continue chasing it, and if it goes to b4, we can play knight b6 with the intention of playing knight d5. But it does create a definite set of weaknesses on the queen side. Something like bishop b5 might be annoying, for instance. Looks like Anish has every reason to be quite happy to get this out of the opening. Magnus actually has played queen d8, continuing the roundup. Queen d8 with the sort of a dual intention of, I mean, currently knight takes e5 is back on the menu as a threat, attacking the bishop on a4, and therefore white needs to do something. The most natural move in the position is definitely bishop b3, attacking this guy. And here it's actually an interesting strategic choice, because I think there might be quite a bit of an argument for just giving up this bishop, sort of voluntarily just going bishop g4 and taking on f3 here, because it feels to me that it will be difficult for black to do without the move e7, e6. And if you have to play e7, e6, you probably don't want the bishop on d7 just kind of cluttering up your position and not doing very much at all. So I think there's definitely an argument for doing this, then playing e6, and then starting your kind of a typical counterplay on the queen side with knight a5, knight c4, and so on. But we'll see how this continues, because even bishop b3 here is not forced. There are some other moves you can make, and after bishop b3, black could of course play, I don't know, bishop f5 is a move. Maybe even the immediate knight a5, bishop takes d5, and I don't know, rook takes e3 might be an improvement over a previous version of the same position. But this one I don't really trust very much. So my current expectation is for bishop g4 to be the move here, but we will see. And yeah, Karjakin made a move which, yeah, Karjakin blunder is, I need to stop reacting as kind of viscerally as I seem to be reacting to every mention of the word blunder in chat. Probably not a blunder, might be kind of an inaccurate decision, but yeah. Don't really imagine queen b7 to be what I consider a blunder, but probably not the best move in the position. I'm not sure why he's choosing to do this over, let's say, queen e6. Queen takes e4, queen takes b2 does look like it's working for black. So I guess white goes rook b1 or maybe knight fd1, but I think rook b1 makes more sense, just to make sure that we castle and go king h1, and then we can unpin the knight on f2 again. So yeah, I just like the queen on e6 more than I like it on b7. This is, you know, the one big reason why I think this is not the best move. Maybe Sergey wants to do something very concrete here, like queen b4, castle short and bishop d4, trying to generate those threats. Yeah, people are saying you can castle queen side. You can, but I mean, the issue with positions like this is that I suspect the engines will defend them very, very easily. But for a human player, a position like, let's say, castle short here, queen takes c4 check, king h8, looks extremely dangerous. Like knight e3, we go, sorry, knight d3, we go rook fc8, and like my feeling would be that, you know, if I had to play this position with white, I would think maybe I'm already lost. So unless I've analyzed this with unless I've analyzed this with engines, and engines show me the way how I don't get mated here, and I can still remember what they say, I'm basically not playing long castles here because I think it's unbelievably risky. Okay, so queen c4, queen b2, castles, bishop takes f2, and king h1 is the current suggestion, with the threat of rook a b1 coming. Okay, if this wins, it wins. Yeah, this is an interesting suggestion, actually. This I can definitely imagine being quite strong. I didn't see king h1, and also I think my original assessment of this position was very much, I didn't realize how strong of a threat rook a b1 is. I thought we can just play bishop d4 here and be completely fine, but that move actually, I think, straight up loses to rook a b1, and black is in a lot of trouble. Homeless on Wi-Fi says, anyone suggesting queen takes c4 is cheating? Not necessarily. Like, I mean, in the Twitch chat, yes, maybe, but I think it's very possible that Sam plays it because Sam definitely looked at this position before, and queen b7 may have actually been included, may have been included in the list of lines he looked at. So if you know this idea exists, I think it's very possible to play it. What happens if we take first and then go queen takes b2? I guess white goes knight e2, queen b6 check, and queen king f1, and this king looks stupid, but this king is not much better, and white still is a pawn up. It's actually, I think, a more playable position for black than I originally thought, because king g7 is, sorry, king e7 is not stupid with ideas of rook hc8. There's definitely going to be some compensation. We'll see. It's quite a striking idea, though, to play queen takes c4 here. We can maybe do it slightly smarter. We can maybe start by castling, trying to get the same position via a different move order. The issue with castling is that I guess black can play something like queen b4 or queen b3, and the entire tactic disappears. But we can go like king h1, castles, and knight somewhere. Let's say, I don't know, rook ac1, for instance. Maybe we gain some time by doing this, because black does not succeed in forcing us to put the rook on c2, on b1, sorry. We can put the rook on c2. And c2 is a much better square than b1 in this context, because it protects more things and also potentially attacks the pawn on c4 later. We shall see. After lose, maybe not, but I was kind of worried there. I saw king g3, knight h5 check. I was kind of worried I will blunder something, but maybe you can play, I don't know, something like king h4 here, and our own threats on against the black king are very strong. Yeah, king h4 does seem strong. I kind of missed king h4. Let me give back control here and welcome Jan back in.
Thank you. Sorry. What happened? King on h4?
Yeah, Sergey played a move which chat started mentioning the B word again after queen b7, and I've been trying to figure out why chat is saying the B word. We think
Which B word?
Blunder.
Ah, blunder.
Yeah. And we think, yeah, it might be because of queen takes c4, which does appear to work because queen takes b2 castles is very strong, but we started looking at bishop takes f2 immediately, and this is how you get that position that you've just seen. Here, castles and
me, if bishop f2,
king h1, and it might actually be very strong because of all the threats. I haven't looked at this properly, but it does seem like it might be extremely strong. Because now the king on e8 is stuck in the center, and you are maybe in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, that's fair.
But instead you can go bishop takes f2 immediately, and then you get that weird position with the king on h4. Well, I mean, not by force, but you can get that weird position. Sam might be out of book, though, and interestingly, the position up to knight h3 is mentioned not in one, but I think in two chessable courses, which disagree with each other. And bishop c5,
Right.
I think bishop c5 is mentioned, I think, in Sopiko's course, if I understood our tweet chat correctly. And queen c5 instead is given as a much stronger option by Surya. So yeah, Sergey agreeing with Sopiko today.
Yeah. Something to c5.
Yeah, something to
Also,
c5 definitely feels logical.
If we want to avoid queen c4, bishop f2, we can castle first.
Yeah,
no?
but then I guess black doesn't take on b2 at all. I would play bishop queen b4 here and claim that maybe, you know, I can avoid disaster by not falling into the trap.
Devious.
Devious, yes.
Yeah.
Interesting, but yeah, queen b7 seems a bit sort of in the. I would definitely prefer that queen on e6. I just like, even if white goes rook b1, I'm not quite sure what he's trying to achieve here. Like, why is queen on b7 and then b4 or b3 is better than putting it on e6 where it controls a lot more squares and then just doubling the rooks on the b file. That would have been my choice, but yeah, Sergey has different opinions. And Magnus actually played queen d8, a move we kind of mentioned in passing but weren't very firm believers in. And bishop b3 he's gone knight a5, which I mentioned, but I wasn't in love with this because I couldn't really. Maybe bishop. Clever. I think his idea is to play bishop d5, bishop f5, and get this bishop to trade for a knight. And then maybe black's position is not that bad. That is a clever little tactic by
Cunning.
By the world champion, yeah.
Here we're happy.
c4 e6, I think we should be fine, right, with black. It's seems quite promising. Yeah, if bishop takes d5 is not as great as all that, maybe we can actually get a playable position. Like if white is forced to play something like queen d2 here or rook ac1, queen d2 is sometimes not a stupid move, just to invoke the idea of bishop h6. Although right now it might not be very good because bishop g4 is more annoying than usual with the knight not having any good squares. So I guess it's actually rook c1.
Yeah. Cute move, knight a5, probably also very necessary not to end up in some very unpleasant position long term. We'll see what Fabi comes up with. Even this, it's not like you take the bishop and you solve your problems. No, I mean, this guy's still an idiot. This one doesn't have much to do. Black still needs a plan here.
Yeah, you still need to figure out where the pieces go and where your counterplay is. It's an improvement, but yeah, it's not such a huge improvement that I immediately think black is fine. But maybe we go like
we play the dumbest way possible. Try to run.
Yeah. Just try to create immediate counterplay on the queen side. Are we not worried about c4 at all, or
start with b5?
Yeah, but then I think white is quite happily playing b4 and saying thou shall not pass. Take and go queen d2, and then I keep on blundering bishop g4 though. But yeah, rook c3 is not a threat yet, so I guess I can play h3 here or something. This is not exactly equal, right? It's still a bit better for white because of how stupid the one on g7 is.
With pawns disappearing, I guess it can't be too terrible either. But yeah,
yeah, it's not that bad, but you still prefer white a little bit.
Yep. Yeah, rook c1 played by Karana. Let's see what Magnus has made. Clearly, knight takes b3. Not forced either. But
yeah, you have knight c4 as an option, but
if it is alright.
Yeah, I think if you refuse to take one of those bishops and then they kind of survive, you probably regret it long term. But not improving white structure and playing knight c4 and then pushing for something on the queen side is also, a way to play this, but I like it much less. Yeah, something like this. Yeah.
H4, we still have bishop g4, but it does look dangerous long term, doesn't it? I'm not sure how much play this is.
Yep.
I'm still curious why Magnus chose this. Maybe he just didn't feel like playing the Berlin or the Marshall today. Or he just thinks against Fabi, it's c5, knight c6 time. Because he's been doing this quite regularly against Carrara, I think. Not just in the match cross afterwards. Or he thinks, I must win this game, not to lose rating. Because I'm getting a free point tomorrow, but no rating.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have to apologize once again for all the cuffing, nose running, doing what I can. I will switch to T, but yeah, got sicker.
Yeah, there was a suggestion in chat that perhaps you should be trying the waterless coffee. Might be the way to go, because
waterless coffee.
Yeah, it's obviously a callback to yesterday and the whole discussion.
Coffee was bad, but the water in it was good. So coffeeless water, maybe.
Coffeeless water might actually be a good suggestion, which is why nobody's suggesting it. Being Twitch chat, expecting them to suggest something that is actually sensible is maybe a little bit too much to ask for.
Shots fired. I love you, Twitch chat.
Yes, you are my home. I am Twitch chat. Even if I am not always Fury Hunter, I definitely am Twitch chat. What do we think about this position?
Looks like Black is stable. Me being an expert in this line, I know the computer would like this for white, no matter what you do. But it doesn't look so bad eye test wise, or what do you think?
I started off by thinking this kind of looks fine-ish for Black, but it's still tricky because white doesn't really have any immediate plans, and there's the d file to trade everything along, and like rook fd8 followed by bishop f8, bishop c5 might be an idea, but I have a feeling it's just a very concrete position, and like bishop e3. If you play bishop e3 here, the question is like, does Black allow? Like you either play queen a5 or you play queen b5 here, and those are two absolutely different positions. After queen a5, let's say bishop c2. It feels like maybe there is still a little bit of something for white, but nothing forcing is happening, and who knows? Or you can play queen b5 and try to equalize sort of by force, by encouraging the queen trade, and then the bishop on e4 is still hanging, and if it goes somewhere, we go knight d5 or something, and try to just absolutely force the issue and equalize move by move. But I haven't been really.
Can I go here? Take.
Yeah, I was also looking at this a moment ago. How do we even react to this with white?
I don't know.
And a question by Hanfin. I actually missed that moment in the game, but it's a very valid question here. Why haven't we taken on d5 with the pawn? Move 15. That is a very, very valid question.
Check.
Yeah, I know, but how unhappy are we about this? King f8. I guess, he was unhappy enough not to play it, but this is a very beautiful pawn center.
I don't know. It's not a beautiful king, eh?
Yeah, it's a.
You're happier?
It's once again a very kind of a tempo-heavy position, right? It depends on whether Black can find a way to connect rooks quickly.
Yeah, it's curious.
Yeah. But yeah, Richard, both of them appear to be very convinced that this is not the way to go, because Andrei could have not allowed it as well. Like, Andrei was not forced to go knight takes d5 in that position. So he clearly thought he is doing well here. And Richard agreed.
Yeah. This is a great line. I'm very happy to see it played here. Bit of a pity. Yasipenko knows it so well. But even then, it doesn't seem like it's losing. Black even had options for complicated positions. Rapport. The new industrious Rapport. Playing a good tournament.
Yeah.
He's in clear second currently, right? Yeah, I think it should be.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, half a point ahead of Shahriar and Anish. Yeah. He still, I mean, Fabi actually has a very nice position out of the opening, so this is less obvious, but he still kind of needs to win today if he is to fight for first in the tournament. And I'm wondering how good this position is in terms of sort of long-term winning chances for Black. It seems like you're likely to defend, but you're probably not very likely to have like game-changing counterplay unless White starts going badly wrong.
I don't know.
Yeah, I mean,
White isn't fully developed yet, right? And
yeah, exactly. But
here,
yeah, but like Bishop d4 is an immediate draw here, I assume, right? It's like, but I mean, Andre probably like if there's any way to play for a win, he's not very interested in an immediate draw, but an immediate draw does exist here, as far as I can tell. Just trading f5 for e4 without really anything to worry about afterwards. Yeah, I think I can. Maybe here I cannot take because rook d7 is. Yeah, I'm not sure how happy I am about any of this with White. We'll see.
Yeah.
We'll see.
No, hard to say, but also, as we've discussed many times on this program, very hard to play an opening, which, yeah, has a good risk-reward ratio, needing to win against the top player. Let's see what he does. I think 97 was his way to try to spice it up, of course, in these structures. I'm a fan, even if he doesn't win today.
Okay,
Bobby, so, yeah, Magnus still thinking.
Yeah, okay, so one played, and kind of breaking news in the Shankland-Karakin game, because Sam did castle, and Sergey still allowed queen takes c4.
Okay. It's principled.
So yeah, principled, but also might be kind of losing by force, and then principled.
Very bad, maybe.
Yeah, like depends on how principled you want to get in in the face of maybe not continuing the game very far. Yeah. Also, I think Sam has no choice whatsoever, so I think we're extremely likely to see this. Yeah, there's just not. Hang on, is there? Hang on, rook a b1. Wait up. Ah, no, you take on e2 here. What am I talking about? Yeah, you take on e2 and then just go king anywhere. And the rook on b8 is hanging. I guess not anywhere. This allows rook b7 check. Okay, let's go king d7. Let's go king d7 and king c6. Yeah, but this endgame might just be lost for White, so you just can't play like this. Yeah, queen c4 on the board. I'm very curious because, in the very brief time I spent looking at this, I couldn't find sort of any way for Black to even continue. Unless maybe bishop d4, rook a b1, bishop takes c3 is like semi-playable, but...
Let me peek at the engine bar. Also seems to White like. Yeah, bishop f2, king h1 played.
Yeah. Kill the Verse says, Sergey wants to lower his rating so he can draw Magnus some more and stop him from 2900.
That's devious.
Yeah, that is a very Baldrickian plan. Yeah, I have a cunning plan, my lord.
Also, of course, it's a bit unfair for Sergey today to have this tough Black game because Sam had a 10-move draw yesterday, while Sergey had a bitter fight against Mamedyarov on his hands. So to play against an opponent who's very well rested after his quick draw with the black pieces, of course, never so easy.
Yeah. Yeah. Laughing aside, like I genuinely think bishop d4, bishop c3 might be the only way to go, and that looks like it should be very good for white. I don't know about winning, but definitely very good for white because of how tied up everything is. Like,
what's the line? Bishop d4, rook b1, bishop c3 is saying.
Yeah, I think that's the only way to go, and I don't think it loses on the spot and king f8. And we currently can't win material, but after rook b1, nothing moves. You know, what's the threat though?
Don't need a threat.
Yeah, like I want to play. Yeah, like the closest I can get to a plan here is like h5, knight e8, and rook h6. That's 3 moves. I assume I will be dead in 3 moves, but I don't know exactly how. Maybe f4. f4 might be winning. You know, it's some kind of a 4 followed by 5. I don't know.
But just the cold materialist in me. If I play a beautiful move like queen a2.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Resigns. Yeah.
It's just over, no?
Yeah. F. Bardamo says queen b4 is best for Sergey, but even the queen trade looks very bad. Yeah, okay. Yeah. I just didn't see queen a2 existed as a threat, yeah. Then I guess he played queen b3.
That's what I was wondering, but you still get a check, no? Like,
Yeah, he played queen b3. I guess we give a check. King f7, maybe? How does this work? And rook a b1 or something, yeah.
Takes rook c8, we do not want. So it's another version of this endgame, yeah? Queen 6.
I'm not even sure you get it there. Or maybe you do because queen 7, queen e7, yeah?
Yes.
Yeah. I thought queen c7 was just winning on the spot, but it's not.
After queen b3 directly without check. Or...
Oh, no. Allowing castles here. No, exactly where we were just discussing.
I thought maybe it's brilliant.
Castles and queen. Whoa! It is. Castles rook a b1, queen f7, queen takes b8.
Yeah, it's 98, but we're still winning, right?
We're still completely winning with take on f2. This is very, very cute. Whoa. This is very cute. I like this. So queen 7 might just be ending the game on the spot here, yeah?
No, but castles looks like the move, no? Rook b7, check.
Rook b7, queen c8 can't possibly. Hang on a second. Rook b7, I think queen c6 check. Probably the way to go, right? Queen c6 and then...
this is good enough.
Yeah, it's even cleaner. What if queen b6 after queen c7? Yeah, that might be a valid question. Queen g7, rook g8. Damn. Maybe queen e5 wins, but it's already much less clear. Although, hang on, queen e5? King f7, 95.
Take, I guess.
Yeah, but taken now we don't have rook b1 anymore. Yeah, that's a bit of an issue because
we might still win.
We might, but without rook b1 it will be more difficult.
Where does black go?
e7, I think. Yeah?
Huh. Sad. Feels winning still.
Feels very promising. I don't know. I don't know exactly how. Yeah, chat is also telling us queen c7 is the only move that even leads to an advantage for white.
Wow. So queen c6, nothing.
Yeah, weird.
Oh, no, queen 6 even bad, yeah?
Yeah, they're saying everything else is bad, yeah.
Ooh.
Yeah, and...
So Sam either calculated all of this or he missed queen b3 and now it's lucky to have a bailout, quote unquote. Or
yeah.
He knew.
For me, currently, I'm really struggling to figure out why queen c6 is bad. Like, I can imagine it not giving white any advantage, but why is this bad after rook a b1? It's just so weird.
c8 takes. bc8 also takes.
Yeah, I'm struggling here. Queen a3. Whoa. And then rook f2 queen c3.
Shenanigans.
Yeah, rook f2 queen c3. Yeah, okay. Okay.
Beautiful.
It is beautiful, but yeah, missable. But thanks, chat, because in my current adult state, in our current adult state, I think would have taken us a while, I suspect.
I'd also miss it when healthy. But yeah. This is findable over the board though, right? I mean,
yeah, just by kind of you need to force yourself to check all the moves, including the ones which look stupid, and then you'll get there.
So that also means that Sam has to find Queen c7.
Yeah,
which he might.
And Chad was also saying Queen c7, Queen b6, we take on e5, we go rook a b1 first, which was confusing to me a little bit because that's what I wanted to do, but I couldn't really understand what we do after bishop d4, and we have no checks. But I guess there is some solution which we are all missing. Queen, I don't know, f5, f4, f4 maybe, actually. Not a stupid square.
Sorry.
Mr. Brain 2 justifying his nickname by saying Jan seems ill.
That's correct. Apologies, Mr. Brain.
Such powers of deduction.
Iller. I tried my very best. Drinking tea, water, taking medicine, sleeping, ignoring my children. Everything you're supposed to do, but still ill.
Yeah. Chat MD on good form today. Vilk is good for Vilnius, says Cosmic Kanga. I think at some point when everything else fails, you have to actually show the courage of your convictions and go for a full Vilk treatment.
I might. Although I never drank Vilk for medical reasons. It was purely recreational. So, what was the line here? Was Queen c7?
Oh, Rook a1 is Rook h7 is
that light to us, yeah.
Yeah, I think 95 is still the way, but that seems like a draw to me. I don't quite understand why this is
draw.
So great. Draw? Well, because I still don't know how we make any progress after 95 and King e7. I'm stuck there.
I just don't think you understand.
Do you think Shankle can find Queen c7? Sam is somehow winning. Why is this what? I'm just checking rook ac1 and there's no defense against rook c7. That's a bit unfair. That's a bit unfair.
Rook c8 with.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, this is just resignable apparently, so 95 is extremely strong and black is in a lot of trouble. Okay, yeah, rook ac1. For some reason, I thought if you give black a tempo to go like rook h somewhere, there will never be an issue, but yeah, this is clearly incorrect. Sam is very, very good at calculating. Sam is he calculates cleanly, and I think apart from obviously and at no point was it a joke, but during this tournament it's even less of a joke than usual. He really is extremely well booked up, and with Jacob in charge of his progress and development as a chess player, I think they've been sort of on the record as doing a lot of solving, and this does look like a position where you just sit down and solve. He has plenty of time. I think he got here with like a 90 minutes on the clock, and he probably also knows he is doing well because it's his home prep, and even if he hasn't looked at Queen b7, he knows Queen b7 is not in the top 5 lines, which normally gives you a very good idea that there has to be a solution which kind of refutes it. So I'm expecting him to play Queen c7, yeah.
having played Sam in a match and seeing his amazing prep and his amazing calculation ability, What do you think is the next frontier for him to conquer, to join the very, very best in the world?
Not sure.
All right.
Yeah, it's not really my area of expertise. I defer to Jacob in all questions regarding coaching and improvement and things of that ilk. Things of that vilk.
Wow.
I'm
such a wordsmith.
Absolutely, yeah. I'm just so enchanted by the whole idea of vilk. I can't let go.
You don't have to. Niels, in trouble again.
Chat is very much demanding that we address the latest.
Is there new drama?
Well, I think, Jan, this is why you'll never tweet shit during the game. Like, why? Why are you doing this? An hour ago, when clearly this game was very much in a different spot altogether, Jan tweeted, "I just wonder if Sam Shankland will apologize for going for a more or less known drawish line with white. Of course, if Sergei Karekin will recall few precise moves," and then 3 ruffle emojis.
I should maybe clarify, since my first name is Jan. It's not me who tweeted this. I'm not sure which Jan. I'm assuming the Pomnashi, right?
Yeah. The Jan with the Y. Why? Like, people, I would have thought, by 2022, people would realize that, just going way out of your way to jinx your fellow chess player is.
So then by the Pomnashi, there was a support tweet to show support for all this unfair scrutiny. Kayaking under after bragging about his quick draw with Magnus with white, and after the non-gaming.
No, I don't think it was. I don't think it was that. I think he was just kind of trying to poke fun at Sam.
Ah, okay. Then I'm on board. Just
which is
clarify intentions.
Yeah, which is sort of fine. But then if Sergei actually fails to reproduce and the game doesn't end in a draw, I think Sergei will be sort of at the head of the queue, lining up to ask him, why the hell did you think it was a good idea to tweet that before the game is over? And Dodgy.
But he's just mocking Sam. I see the tweet for apologizing yesterday for the quick.
Yeah. It's clearly
okay.
Yeah, and Dodgy is absolutely correct, saying tagging both Sam and Sergei is an important detail.
That is how you play the game.
I don't understand.
Also, with Jan, their thought into this, right? He's, I think, an underrated troll.
Maybe not even that underrated, but he definitely is.
I don't think in Russian circles he's underrated. Maybe in English circles his trolling capacities are still. I'm not sure.
Yeah, but like this specific troll, considering that you have to assume they're on very good terms with Sergei, with Sergei helping him during the match and all that.
Do you have to assume that? Like, I read some interviews saying, okay, Sergei came in sort of late in the process and maybe wasn't such a good idea, and paraphrasing, obviously. Who knows? Sorry, I'm just trying to stir the pot here. I have no insight.
Yeah, I always it's definitely a problem with my punditry, because I always assume almost any given two people are on good terms, and it's not always true. It's definitely been known to lead me astray. Yeah, hey Nelly. Econometric saying Nepo is just an agent of chaos. Yeah, I think that's
so
sort of
too.
a very, very description. Yeah,
some man just want to see the world burn.
Yeah, but it will. It's
a good tweet.
It's a good tweet, and in a way, it's a good tweet in particular because currently it doesn't seem like this will be a draw at all. So it will it will have all kinds of unexpected consequences.
Also, it's sort of a weird flex of knowledge about this pretty rare position. I understand it's covered in some courses to say, okay, this is a well-known draw. It's really not a well-known draw, isn't it?
Not to me. Yeah. I don't know about other people. I have not seen this before, and I have no idea what this is. Yeah, but I don't really play this with either color, so I'm not expected to, I guess.
Anyway,
we'll wait.
We
for
approve of tweet.
Yeah, we'll let's take a look at some other positions. Because this one
Peter plays b3. Dull.
Yeah, very deep.
Looks wrong.
Yeah, just does. Honestly, yeah, not a huge fan.
Wrong.
And yeah, I liked your idea of a rook lift much more, and I'm even more happy with it now that I've seen that the machine supports it. But yeah, closing down your own third rank here when you have played a4 and you do need like squares for your pieces doesn't seem like there's definitely some positions in which b3 these days is getting played almost as a matter of course, but
yeah, this computer gives some fun lines. Rook e3, rook e8.
Like rook e8, we always start. We just go in here apparently, and we give mate, which is
cool.
Non-obvious, but very cool. Yeah, like I still don't really understand why this is made, but the machine is very convinced. It just says, yeah, rook g3, queen h5 is going to be good against anything. Yeah. This is basically lost for black. Not even any kind of way to continue. Yeah, and
no, it's I would say black is better. It's probably not true, also not what the computer says. But it looks very pleasant though, the pawn, and we're not getting mated and all that.
Yeah. Yeah, I think I would probably start leaning towards preferring black, even though I guess if you protect the pawn on d4 properly and there's no particular attack against it, the bishop on b6 is not such a great piece and it takes a while to develop and blah blah. But yeah, structurally I think it's very easy to start thinking black might be swinging it in their favor.
Sure. Yes, Penko has played bishop e3.
No, he started with
a4. Oh no, it's a different position. Sorry.
Yeah, he actually spent a tempo preventing queen b5. Looks like, which is well, I mean, it's not the only reason to play a4, but it's definitely one potential reason. And he's also ready.
Which is still running us, which was a second. Very happy for white. It's okay. Now queen a4, you just go b4 again. No, queen a5.
Yeah, queen a5 can be driven back by b4. Yeah, another point to e4 earlier. Just make sure that you drive the queen back. And I think the machine just doesn't retreat with the bishop at all. It just keeps it there. Goes either queen c4, queen f3, or whatever. And then the big question will be how do you win that position? Like, it looks nice. Your bishop on e3 is better than the bishop on g7, obviously. You want to gain some space, but we're definitely not giving any kind of a mate on the king side. And the d-file is currently quite well covered. So, yeah, very likable position for white, but not immediately obvious how to start converting it.
All right. In Karana Carlsen. Sorry, guess vi låste så Jonas med?
Nein.
Komm los.
Nein.
Magnus did not go for our a5 b5 plan, but for some queen b6 a5. But now you don't get a pass pawn, Magnus.
I guess he might want to play for anywhere queen a6 and then maybe a4 or b5 a4. I think the major point was that by playing queen b6, he, as we see from Fabi's reaction, he lured the queen away from the king side. So he is very much shifting the focal point of the game towards center, queenside, and so on. So he no longer really has to worry about getting mated, which sometimes does become a worry with this pawn on e5 and the bishop on g7. Still like this for white, but don't know how good it actually is. And yeah, chat will very much wants us to pay attention to the shank, who did play queen c7 and
wow.
Yeah.
I recall he said that he felt that if he mastered calculation, he could crush people. And he's doing some crushing here.
Yes, absolutely. I very much am now in, this is the follow-up Nepomniachtchi tweet waiting room now. I want to know if he will have more things to say about this game when the game ends or not. Yeah, some things I just kind of they confuse the hell out of me. Vals Loader says Nepo in shankles. Yeah, nice try.
One second.
Okay, let's go for a brief roundup of all the action. Let me get control. While we're waiting for Sergei to make a very, very uncomfortable decision, seems like, okay, no needed, not needed. Yeah, castles, you kind of know you will lose, and queen b6, you suspect you will lose. No good decisions left. Yeah, this one is we've covered this correctly. Rook ab1 followed by queen b8 wins. Queen b6, yeah. This, I think, originally you might think you're okay, and then you realize just how strong 95 is. And yeah, here are your choices. Apparently, you can go rook h8, e8, rook h e8, and you get this endgame after queen takes e8, which doesn't maybe look lost at first glance, but it is. Yeah, these positions are very, very bad. Generally, you lose them kind of long term.
The rooks have files and white has 2 pawns. Yeah, it's usually right.
Knight on f6 is not active. Black light pieces don't have squares yet. They might be able to establish themselves later, but
did white have to go for this?
Seems like it's the best option. Yeah.
Okay.
Seems like it's
Maybe
the best option. Yeah, because queen f5 exists, but it doesn't win on the spot, and probably gives black slightly more hope. 2 rook versus knight, bishop, and rook is winning here. It's close to winning because it's specifically bishop and knight and not the bishops, and white has basically 2 connected passers in the center, and eventually they will start running. It very much depends on where the pieces are, but this particular setup, I think, is close to winning. Go rook ab1 and then rook fg1 or rook fc1, and then eventually you start pushing with like a 4.
And by close to winning, you mean winning, right? I mean, there's 0 chance this is a draw objectively, so it's just...
yeah, I mean, I'm only talking about practical.
Precision is needed. But
yeah, machine versus machine, this is never a draw in a machine versus machine game. But human versus human, I think they get saved occasionally. But yeah, like if you imagine the same position, but black has already played, just to finish the thought there. If you imagine the same position, but black has already played a5, bishop c5, and bishop b4. No, like the same endgame, but the pawn is already on a5 and the bishop is already on b4. It's still worse for black, but it's not really that bad. This one you definitely save a decent proportion of the time, but the one we get in the beginning there, black is going to really struggle to establish some kind of a setup like this.
This black is probably okay, right?
Yeah, I mean, if you continue improving and white continues passing, yeah, at some point it will start switching to advantage black.
Point taken.
Yeah, we'll see. I think queen b6, like, Sergei will play queen b6 because he realizes just how lost the position after castles is. And then it will be up to him to just figure out, yeah, this one, there is one slightly uncomfortable move you need to make, because after takes, knight e8, rook f2, queen c7, rook e8, king f7, and the rook has to go to h8. It's really not such a poor square. You don't really mind. And eventually, like, the moment white kind of solves their back rank issues and starts bringing the rooks out, yeah, probably not, yeah, this would be suboptimal, but rook f1 first, yeah, or g3, king g2. Yeah, and you just know that long term you're never saving this position. The rooks become active, and once the rook become active, like everything collapses immediately. So you just play queen b6 so that you don't have, yeah, already they're doing that. Yeah.
Here we go.
Yeah, you play queen b6, you play king f7 because everything else immediately loses to rook ab1. Now Sam will play knight d5 because everything else actually is bad for white. Other moves are also completely unplayable. And yeah, this is where Sergei will have to figure it out. And sort of very, very tellingly, the machine actually sort of prefers queen a7, rook f2, rook he8 to that endgame after rook he8, queen e8 here, which is quite remarkable. Rook f2. First of all, let's show why queen takes f2 is impossible. I've sort of figured it out, but I'm not entirely sure. I think it's queen c7 check and then knight e7, and then there's some mate. King g6, knight e7, and the king gets chased. And it's some sort of a mate here. It's a cute line, but quite simple. And yeah, knight d5 already played.
This could happen, no? If you think everything else is bad, you think at least I'm a rook up. Let's see if it's really made. But it is.
But you kind of know it's made though. Queen e5 check, and yeah, you kind of know this is not going to end well for you. Yeah, like g3 is made. I also thought g4 check is winning immediately, but maybe yeah, this is also quite good. Yeah, king h4, g5 is winning. Everything is winning here. Yeah, this is the one I calculated, but apparently like g3 instead of g4 is mate in 8, which I didn't see because yeah, I stupid computer smart, but g4 is winning. G4 is winning very comfortably. So yeah, a little bit too straightforward to go for Sergei.
Let's see. Sergei will have a long think now, probably. Or just blitz out knight takes d5.
Okay, then he just resigns. Yeah, okay. I guess he missed exactly the same thing that I missed, which is rook ac1. Yeah. He just the game is just over.
Oh, check rook c1.
The game is just over, which is quite remarkable, really.
That is cunning.
Yeah. This is sort of understandable, though, because it doesn't look like, black is one move away from consolidating here, and it seems like you only have the checks from d5 and e5. But yeah, specifically check from e5 and rook ac1 just ends the game on the spot. Yeah, I need my follow-ups. Come on, Jan.
2 hours only.
Still nothing. Will Sam apologize for a quick win? Probably not, no.
No.
I mean, that would be a really quite a twist in the tale here if he actually goes queen e5, queen d5, queen e5, queen d5 here and doesn't realize rook ac1 is winning. But I think, like, you give a check, black plays king f7, and you think, because you know you can always go back and think there. So, like, I think just by process of, once again, pretty much by process of elimination, because you check all the rook moves in this position. Nothing to lose. You always have a perpetual nothing, can take away your perpetual from you.
Yeah, once here.
Yeah,
That's
and
usually once.
the moment
it's fairly straightforward. Yeah,
the moment you put this position sort of on the board in your mind, it takes you 3 seconds to realize there is no move black can make here. Yeah.
All right, we'll obviously return to it and all the drama. Let's have a look. What else is going on? Jordan van Foreest. Will black bishop b4, queen c2, queen e7.
Yeah, Jordan is completely comfortable here. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, young Krzysztof is sort of trying to pretend he's better in this kind of. There are queenless middle games. This looks like a
mindless queen game.
Yeah. Yeah. Endgame with queens on or whatever. Yeah, feels like if anyone, like if the pawns are, if the white pawns on the queen side are on b3 and a2, it's actually better for black very often in these types of setups because a5, a4 becomes a very, very strong source of play with the bishop on e6. With the pawns on the dark squares, I guess white doesn't run any particular risks, but it's also kind of impossible for me to imagine this being better for white. Yeah.
No, should just be very equal.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Anish has a very nice position against Niels. Things did not really go according to plan, and yeah, this is now kind of a dream position for the queen b3, g3 Grunfeld.
Niels. Grunfeld.
What is it good for?
At least it seemed like he probably did study your course, right? He plays the repertoire, then sometimes it's just details.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I give a4, a5. I also think this is like a very small chapter because I couldn't really work out why white is doing this. On the face of it, it only gives black additional counterplay, like queen b6, b4 becomes a plan, and so on. So it definitely isn't covered in nearly as much detail as the main moves here, which I think rook e1, h3, and so on. But yeah, pretty sure it's at least mentioned.
Go. Mr. Grandelius.
Yeah, queen e5 checking f7 on the board in the Sergei game. Yeah, one move away from what we expect is just to be a resignation, honestly, because you just can't continue after rook ac1. The machine currently plays rook ac1, bishop g3, just to give you guys an indication of how much it likes this for black. Yeah, with this idea. And also with the idea of hg queen h6 check, which is also a draw, but there's more than one. It's a very deep move.
Queen takes.
Queen takes is not bad, and also f3, f4 is completely winning apparently, which is even funnier. Yeah, like not interested in your bishop, sir. Give me more pieces, bigger pieces, heavier pieces.
Yeah, apologies. Just too sick today. But the good news is we're down to 5 games. Might be a very quick round.
Pretty much, yeah.
Rook e8. Magnus covers pawn. There was a tech back queen. Also, maybe one day this bishop could do something here. As a Grunfeld player, would you be comfortable here?
Not particularly, but we're also not being kind of overrun anywhere, so we can maybe hope to. Yeah, I'm not sure what the counterplay is. Yeah, I was going to say, create something of our own, but I don't know what the. It probably is some kind of queen a6 and b5 and then something on the queen side. It's very slow. We don't really want to play f6 unless severely provoked. Like maybe we're playing f6 against bishop g5, but that at least gives us 2 tempi. I struggle to envisage a situation where we play f6 on our own. Rook c6 would be interesting, but the other rook is now kind of tied to the protection of the e7 pawn. Yeah, and also white could try being concrete, and c3, c4 is very much in that spirit. I actually went and checked, and I think I may have actually omitted the move a4 from the chapter on the queen b3 symmetrical Grunfeld, which means there needs to be a further update. Anish constantly on the lookout for ways to make me do more work, or arguably just pointing out to me that the work I've done could have been done more diligently.
But Niels, at the very least, he put stuff to the test at the highest possible levels, and then stuff can be added. So he really is a great asset to the course.
No, Niels is doing God's work for sure. Yeah, using himself as a kind of a human shield for my course.
That is how he does see himself. Pawn to c4 played by Fabi, changing the structure.
Okay, now that rook ac1 has been played, I am very much waiting for follow-up tweets. And in the meantime, there was an important game in the Challengers today in which one of the closest pursuers, the last closest pursuer to have a live game against Eric Gaisi, was playing against him, but that game has now been drawn, we're being informed. And that officially wins Arjun Eric Gaisi the Challengers 2022 and qualifies him for the Masters next year. So congrats to the Indian youngster. Yeah, Sergey just resigns. I don't know why I'm laughing. It's not really all that funny, but I think without the Nepo tweet, I wouldn't have been this amused. But with the Nepo tweet to go as a kind of a pairing, like fine wine and the appropriate main course, those two things go very well together, and it does seem funnier now.
Maybe it's also a bit of a work-life balance pursuit by Sergey, right? I mean, he's very happy to play chess, but no longer than 2 hours, and he managed. Well, yeah, something gone wrong in the opening, and great job by Sam, who had to find some precise moves to punish it. No, mainly Queen C7, I would think, but also the finish. So yeah, good job.
Yeah, nicely done by Sam. Absolutely. None of those kind of chess-related things take anything away from how well prepared he is. And I have a feeling he didn't know about Queen B7, and he only knew it's not a good move because it wasn't in the file. Judging
to look at all the bad moves usually. No, you have the main lines, and then if something's not known to you, it's worse than whatever 0-40, whatever the worst line you find.
Yeah, and my feeling is Sam had to work everything out from here on his own over the board, and he made 0 mistakes. He just absolutely nailed precisely the best line here. Made no mistakes. Played confidently. Didn't really stop to recheck unnecessarily. Once he worked out what went where. Yeah, very nice game by Sam. We have been told that this is a forced draw, but
oh, exactly.
Yeah, not today. Yeah, not today.
Yeah, we've also been informed. Queen C5 given by Ganguly. Who probably knows stuff.
Yeah, and thanks very much for the 5 gifteds, Wrathful. Very much appreciated, and welcome to... Whoa, Jake got a sub. Jake, Adibly, Hellsbane 80, Lucy Moody, and Tomo Bedlam 1. Hope you enjoy all the emotes.
All right, what do we have? We have
This is not a lot, honestly.
nothing going on here.
Yeah, black is just fine here.
We have
yeah,
Neil's suffering.
Yeah, Anish definitely at least a bit
Right.
better here with white. Andre is at least a little bit better against Richard. Fabi probably a bit better against Magnus, and there's a really weird position in the Vidit Mamedyarov game, which I kind of struggle to assess.
What did he do? He went for some sort of surprising knight a5 maneuver. Surprising to me, at least. So you don't really want to take, right? So what's the knight doing here?
Yeah, I actually had to check because I thought maybe Neil was paraphrasing, but apparently there is a follow-up tweet now by Nepo, which just says jinxed a little. Yeah, I think he is just a pure agent of chaos by this point. Like, it's just...
He did put the shrugging emoji, so it's fine.
Yeah. Jinxed a little.
He's enjoying himself, whatever he's doing.
Yeah, he clearly is having a good time, yeah. And, you know, you can't begrudge a man his good time. I mean, you can, but you probably shouldn't. I don't know. This is all excellent. Excellent, yeah. The long Russian winters need to be cheered up in some way. And yeah, Jan is doing all he can to amuse them.
Sergey hasn't been tweeting, right? He didn't tweet about yesterday's game or about today's. There's silence there. We need some.
The silence is deafening, yeah. Absolutely deafening.
Queen f3.
Yeah.
What was his knight f5 c6? I really don't get it.
Yeah, with the bottom, like this is actually justifying b3 in a big way, yeah, because you attack the bishop, but the bishop clearly isn't going anywhere, and now you put yourself in this weird spot where, like, there's a knight on a5. You normally don't like having knights on a5, but you can't really do very much with it because, yeah, taking on c4 is extremely unattractive.
Yeah.
I guess you go bishop c7 and you start looking for like ways to maybe simplify more, like get more pieces off the board than just the one knight. But yeah, I don't know, rook a d1, continue to discourage the taking on c4. And eventually, if you don't play knight takes c4 for very long, I might play bishop f1 and say, okay, now you have this idiot on a5. Why is it there? Yeah, not sure I like how Shahryar played the last few moves.
Without.
Yep.
Magnus. What should Magnus do?
Yeah, protect the pawn on d5 probably. I'm just wondering how exactly. Bishop c6 maybe to... I mean, not right now, but in some kind of a distant future. Maybe we want to semi-threaten dc4 and bishop takes f3. Not sure.
You're not worried about...
Probably not. The bishop on d5 is such a huge asset that, yeah, I'm okay with this. Yeah, queen takes b3 or... Yeah, I think we just take on b3. I was going to say throwing in bishop f8 is not a mistake, but I think it's a finesse we don't need. We can include it at any point, so... Yeah, but, I mean, with the bishop on this diagonal, now white can go back to the idea of playing h4, maybe because bishop g4 no longer exists. White is still going to be at least a bit better. H4, and if black plays h5, you might start thinking about e5, e6, maybe even. Yeah, yeah. No, nobody goes h5 here, but just to mention why not, maybe.
No. I don't know, if you're in bailout mode, this, I guess, the endgame could be unpleasant here.
Yeah, I've been thinking about that, but it feels like the pawn on b4 just gets picked up, so you just kind of play for some unspecified positional compensation after, I don't know, immediate bishop d2 or maybe.
Yeah, I was hoping.
Yeah, rook takes and yeah, this is maybe just okay. Yeah, gf and takes rook e d8 or something. Yeah,
some move.
Yeah. Even this you haven't really equalized completely yet, I guess. Like bishop b3 and then rook b1 and
yeah,
like rook b1, bishop f8, c5. I'm not sure this is completely equal, but it does feel like probably black makes a draw. Rook b4, bc,
we deserve draw, but maybe we don't get.
Yeah. I'm not sure. Yeah, with the rook drop back drops to c4, and yeah, this is quite annoying. Might not be. Might not.
Ich weiß noch nicht genau, wie lange es dauert heute, ne? Aber häufig dauert es so lange, dass du dann schon ins Bett gehen musst. Keine Zeit mehr. Ah, das hatte ich auch viel Paw Patrol gesehen, oder?
Ja, aber ich meinte gerade.
Ich weiß, du hast gespielt.
Spielen. Das war.
Ich hab verstanden.
Vielleicht auch noch wieder.
Yeah. Apart from bishop c6, there's clearly some other options. I kind of prefer not to even think about e7, e6, but I don't know if it's actually that bad, apart from the absolutely horrible optics of it. Having bishop f8 as an option might not be that horrible. I mean, probably, bishop f8 we can take. I guess, can we? cd some queen b5? No, I don't think that works. Bishop e6 might be a way to force white to pull. No, we still don't threaten d takes c4. No. Don't like it. Don't like it. Is d takes, c takes, sorry, d takes, b takes, queen a6 ever a way to play here? Queen a6 and then just play b5 next move against most replies.
Yep.
Hoping to, create some active counterplay at least.
Is this b4 move?
Yeah, probably go b5 before. Schach in the meantime has gone for a very risky looking move.
And you have to guess what song is being played in the background, or it will never stop. Hint, it's Jingle Bells.
But it's almost February already. We have actually, packed away the tree and everything.
There's no seasons for Jingle Bells. Such a classic.
Timeless classic even, yeah. What's your position on when the tree should be up and how long should it be up for? Or just your general position on having the tree for the season?
Sorry, I'm so used to you being filthy that my mind went somewhere else for a second. No, this.
What?
Yeah, that's, I don't know. Christmas trees, I don't care, frankly. Like, the kids enjoy it, but I don't think it should be getting too out of hand. So December 1st seems very early to me.
Yeah, I think we've gone. This has been a kind of a stumbling block in our household because I very much like how the flat looks when it's there, providing the irregular lighting and so on. But it's also kind of annoying. It takes up space. We don't actually use an actual tree. We have a collapsible plastic tree which we've been using for like 20 years and it's still serviceable, which is very good.
What's the rules in the Svidler household? Do you celebrate Christmas or?
No, it's for New Year's. It's not for Christmas. It's for New Year's. But yeah, this year it has gone up, I think, early December, and we disassembled it maybe like 10 days into the month of January.
That does sound reasonable.
Yeah. Doggo very much, when Doggo arrived, the tree was up. So Doggo, up until a certain moment, did not know the world without the tree in this flat exists, but now he knows. And somewhat surprisingly, he has not really tried to upend it or eat the decorations or anything. He was very well behaved around the tree.
Speaking of trees, how's Fun for Race doing?
Still doing completely fine, yeah. It's just a position which doesn't change evaluation until/unless somebody does something here.
Yeah, hard to imagine too much happens now. Queen goes here, then rook goes here or not, depending if pawn hangs or not.
Yeah.
Pawn moves somewhere.
Yeah. A5 rook d8 is just a very, very solid position. As I mentioned, with some configurations on the queen side, it's actually the black potential pressure against the white queen side that is more valuable, but not with the pawns on b2 and a3. But black just has no weaknesses. Like how do you play this for a win?
Yeah.
What is the doggo's name, Peter? The doggo is currently called Joyce, and I think he will stay Joyce for the rest of his natural life, even though some attempts to rename him further. It's not his first name. He has gone under some transitions, but yeah, I think we're sticking with Joyce.
Who came up with the name?
I think all the names so far have been chosen by Nikita and then rechosen by Nikita again, because we were trying to sort of preserve the fiction that it's Nikita's dog. But yeah.
Is it to teach him that a dog is also a lot of work, that you have to go for walks and feed the animal?
That was sort of the plan, but we've completely given up on this by this point, and yeah, I'm very happily walking him, however many times a day I can manage with the Wijk schedule, often all three.
So Nikita owns the dog, but you
no, he does participate, but he also only finished his exam session last night, I think. So we gave him some leeway to finish with the studies, and we probably will be asking him to pick up the slack a little bit from now on.
I'm sure updates will be
available on demand.
Will be available.
Yes.
Instagram.com/doggojoyce.
No.
He doesn't have an Insta site yet?
We've been through this.
That's probably true, yeah. I think I expressed my shock before.
Yeah, you were very much, in the color me surprised. People are saying Niels committed a blunder of some sort. It didn't seem very blundery, but the position also doesn't look very nice. I'm a bit.
Why blunder? Looks like it improved. Is there some
yeah, I also don't like. I can see this being slightly better for White, but it definitely doesn't look horrible, and it doesn't look like it became worse than it was previously. So you're not quite sure. It went from 0.6 to 1, apparently. Okay. I'm actually surprised it's as high as 1.0 here. It doesn't look that bad at all. Probably to do with some kind of 95, which then presents Black with a problem as to how to defend the pawn on d5 without further.
Doesn't look that scary, doesn't it? It takes.
G, maybe?
Now I do this, it's nothing.
G, and then e6, c4, but yeah, I don't know. Bishop e6, I'm wondering. I don't know. I can't. Yeah, I was going to blunder a piece, but then I decided maybe best not to blunder a piece. Wanted to go bishop d5, e4, but then bishop c4 just wins on the spot, unfortunately. It doesn't actually. Hang on, I can play this. Rook d8. No. Well, it's probably a draw, yeah. Even here, after bishop a6, king takes, and g5, you probably hold with black, actually, and bishop takes e5 next move, and counterplay, blah, blah. Don't know.
Yeah, random lines. But yeah, doesn't look.
Yeah, it really doesn't look horrible at all. Yeah.
But of course, very believable that he's still under pressure. Also, 95, obviously not forced.
Yep.
And Rapport is trying to break free.
Yeah, Andre kind of committed to immediate things on the queen side after b4, b6. I don't think b4, b5 was
Or direct.
forced, yeah, but he's trying to gain more space. He's doing sort of the right thing structurally, because the more of the black pawns you get to fix on the dark squares, the more your advantage is supposed to grow, with the bishop on e3 being much better than the bishop on g7, but you also allow
Crush,
for...
no? Oh.
Huh?
Sorry. You take, I guess.
Yeah. It still looks sort of promising, but yeah, the fear here is that black somehow gets to trade b5 for b6, and then, you know, no matter how beautiful your position is, you just don't win positions like this when it's only one flank remaining.
Can we do this? Or
yeah, like queen d3 or queen b3 or whatever. It feels scary because, like, white goes... Ah, rook d1 check, though. Yeah, I was going to say we can postpone taking on b6 and play something like rook b1, but... Black
we have check.
Yeah, give a check. And,
maybe.
Yeah. What about rook b7?
Yeah. Yeah.
Even this, yeah, we haven't really equalized yet because there's rook b8 check here, yeah? Like rook d5 would have been an immediate draw with the bishop on f8, I guess, but the bishop isn't on f8.
This we win.
And this is not a draw.
Okay, so maybe this is better.
Yeah, maybe queen b3, I was wondering, and then white could arguably try to switch for some kind of mating attack type ideas, but I don't quite see how. Queen b7 exists, but as long as black doesn't blunder mate in 2, it doesn't really do very much. Sidonian asks, why don't they expunge Dobov's results instead of giving some people a free point? It's basically a question of whether he played more than half of the games. That, I think, would have been what would have happened if the same thing happened like in round 4. If he played only 3 games out of 13 and then had to be excluded from the tournament, none of his games would have counted. But because he played so many, the rule says that you are supposed to keep the ones that were played and give him basically technical losses for the rest. I'm not sure exactly like why that has to be exactly this way, but it has been this way for as long as I can remember.
Yeah. No clue either.
Yeah, I mean,
that's how it is.
Queen b7, queen d5 maybe? Yeah, because rook f6, bishop takes b6 I couldn't equalize. But queen d5 might be a... Oh, queen d5, bishop takes b6 anyway.
Like the most active move? Yeah.
Yeah, it's surprisingly annoying, and... Yeah, queen d5, bishop takes b6 I couldn't quite work out why this is a draw. If white gets to keep the pawn on b5, this is most definitely will not be a draw. So yeah, we're probably not finding the idea that Richard has about rook takes a7, and also something is clearly bothering Andre because he hasn't played it yet.
Yeah, that's a bigger mystery.
Yeah, curious. I thought it might have been rook d1, but actually rook a7, rook d1, white will very, very happily just take and play king h2. And if anybody is giving mate there, it's not black, it's white. Like rook d1, king h2. And queen e1 is a threat of 1 check, which is sort of completely irrelevant, and white probably just wins with like some kind of rook a8 check and f6 and something. So that is definitely not it.
Geschrieben. Yeah. Magnus has gone for the line you mentioned with queen a6.
Did seem like maybe the most active option he had there.
Yeah, and at the same time, maybe the safest. No, some pawns might disappear on the b5, and then how bad can it be, really? Like, sorry for all the coughing. I'm really not in the best shape today. Apologies. Tomorrow, I'll be fully recovered.
Hope so.
Shall we go for a brief break also?
Yeah, I think this
probably
probably seems like a good point. Yeah,
I need more medicine. Apologies, for the lackluster performance. Thanks, Peter, and see you soon.
Welcome to the new Chess 24 playing experience. Play in light mode or dark mode. Choose from a range of time controls or create a custom game and get paired with players from around the world fast. Enjoy a polished playing experience while making moves on a fresh, responsive board to claim your victories. Train and improve with over 80,000 puzzles. And that's not all. Download now and discover what more you can enjoy in our brand new app.
It's time to take control of your journey towards chess mastery. Magnus Carlsen introduces Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Move Trainer uses the science of spaced repetition to identify your strengths and eliminate your weaknesses. There's no need to set up a board, remember which page you're on, or keep track of all the moves you miss. Move Trainer empowers you to go from the opening to the end game with confidence. It's a seamless, effective, and fun way to study chess. Choose from one of the largest online chess libraries in the world, with hundreds of titles ranging from classic books through to our exclusive Chessable courses, including over 100 free courses. Get expert insights from International Master John Bartholomew, Grandmaster Sam Shankland, International Master Christoph Sulecki, Grandmaster Simon Williams, World Champion Magnus Carlsen, and hundreds of other instructors. Get started now and join our growing community of over 100,000 chess enthusiasts at chessable.com. Chessable, take control of your journey towards chess mastery.
This is John. John loves to study chess. This is David. David loves to study chess as well, but efficiently. John spends more time setting up the board and figuring out what's on the page of his book than he gets to study. David likes to take it easy and use his time wisely. David has finished his exercise for today. John should try the same.
Welcome everybody. My name is Jan Nepomniachtchi, former world chess champion.
Are starting a new course here for Chessable.
A very special Chessable course.
Master your chess with Judith Polgar.
You know what? I learned a lot.
Okay, so let's send a challenge.
Here is challenging. Nice graphics, easy to see. Oh, what are you thinking about? You're looking how it can be the most painful?
Exactly. Okay, fine.
So that I give him up a phone. He wants to be even rude. Hi, I'm Grandmaster Judith Polgar, and I'm here to welcome you in the Chessable classroom. It combines a shared chessboard with live video. Teachers get to interact on the chessboard with their students and even run quizzes and tournaments. I really love what Chessable Classroom can offer. I use it myself all the time. Just invite students to your classroom and start teaching right there. No downloads needed, and it's for free.
E5, it's E5 Patzers.
A complete repertoire against 1E4 based on 1E5, now available to study with Chessable's unique Move Trainer technology. The backbone is the Marshall Gambit against the Spanish, with 3 Knight F6 against the Italian. Jan Gustafsson has revisited all these lines he has played for 20 years and worked on as a second for Peter Lecco and Magnus Carlsen, amongst others, with the help of the most powerful engines out there, Leela 0 and Stockfish 10. This has led to many new discoveries and a repertoire ready to master on Chessable that can serve the student for a long chess career.
Maybe E4 doesn't exist after all.
E5, it's E5 Patzers.
I'm ahead of the game. Well, the phone is always ringing. I'm caught up on the line. Got a string around my finger. Remember who am I? I'm a boss and I'm honestly off my rocker, but follow me. I'm ahead of the game. I'm ahead of the game. I'm only ever slinging. I'm working overtime. Got a song and I'm the singer, the melody, the vibe. I'm a prodigy. Logically, I'm impossibly wanted. Then they'll remember my name. They'll remember my name. Well, I'm ahead now. I'm ahead of the game. I'm ahead of the game. Well, I'm ahead now. I'm ahead of the game. I'm ahead of the game. Well, I'm ahead now. Well, I'm ahead now. I'm ahead of the game. I'm ahead of the game.
Hello, everyone. I'm Grandmaster Yasser Sirwan. I do hope that you're enjoying the 2022 Tata Steel tournament broadcasts. Do you want to get my exclusive Chessable video course, Winning Chess Strategies, for free? Today, Chessable is running a promotion. Go to chessable.com/Yasser and see all the details of how you can get my course for free.
When I saw her for the first time, it was love at first sight. I love how rich and complex she is, how sharp and principled her first steps, how graceful her movement. Paris is the city of love. I've come to find my love for the French defense.
Welcome back, everybody. 2 more rounds to go, including today in the Tata Steel Masters. Magnus Carlsen most likely needs a draw to win the event. It doesn't look like his main rival, Richard Rapport, will have a lot of winning chances. Might even be in some trouble today against Andrei Yasipenko. But Peter, theoretically, Daniil Dubov could play tomorrow, right? It's not like he's forfeited the remaining games already.
I don't know. I don't know exactly what the standings. I mean, what the situation is with Daniel's participation. I mean, it would be kind of weird if he re-entered the tournament all of a sudden. But I have heard some rumblings on the topic of him not being COVID positive anymore, and I don't know how that impacts anything.
Getting it.
Yeah,
So if
which
he had
is
a negative PCR test, he's probably allowed to play, right?
I don't know.
If you're Magnus, that's also weird. You think you get a free point last round?
Yeah, I mean, I think if we know anything about Magnus, we do know he will not enjoy the idea of winning the tournament because he got a forfeit in the last round, regardless of what the situation is. I think Magnus probably is among the top people in favor of Dubov suddenly recovering because, yeah, he just likes the idea of winning whatever he wins over the board. But I just like it would seem extremely weird to just sort of let him back in. I don't know how the mechanics of this would work or the optics, honestly. Like the optics also very much enter into the conversation there, right? And
I always do with Dubov. Up to Dreamboat.
True. And yeah, on the subject of Dreamboats, how's Jordan doing?
Just casually looking at the sky, thinking about his next move. F6, I don't know if it was needed, but
well, he wants to play Rook D8, which is very understandable.
He should be fine, no?
Yeah, I think he's completely fine. The question is whether if the rooks come off, with the way Jan Krzysztof positioned his pieces by this point, like after Rook D8, it's maybe we're reaching the situation where you could start feeling maybe I can have a little bit of something with black, but even there is probably not enough. And yeah, I'm not even sure if Rook D8 is a threat because takes E5 is, I think, a very adequate reply to it currently. Still, I mean, draw I think has been a heavy favorite here for a while and continues being a heavy favorite. Gonna 4 Rook D8. Yeah, okay, this is how you lose.
Yep, just illustrating.
Yeah. Yeah, this endgame is probably just completely lost for white, but yeah, Queen E3 is a bit of a self-inflicted wound here. Even in this position, I think E4, E5 just makes a very comfortable draw straight away, right? Because I have Queen D6 check there in the end. Yeah. White needs to do something spectacularly stupid, it feels to me, to actually land in any kind of trouble here. We'll keep an eye on this, but I think pretty much every single other game in the round is currently more exciting than this.
The question about the tiebreak rules, I think it's just if there are people with the same number of points, they will play tiebreak. I'm not sure what the system is, if there's 3 players, but yeah. A series of round-robin tournaments will be played until 1 or 2 players win. If tied with 2 players, a 2-player tiebreak will be played. That is specified in a very weird way. A series of round-robin tournaments will be played until 1 or 2 players win.
Yeah. The rising
so
of
what
the
is
tiebreak.
it? You play all with 3 players. A round robin, which then consists of 2 rounds. And then if 1 player wins, he won the tournament. While if 2 players have the same number of points, they play a match. And if they have all draws, they play another round robin consisting of 2 games.
I would prefer not to not to engage with that, because I think as we've learned over the years, it's best to just approach this, even when we get there.
Spoken like a true tournament organizer.
Yeah, I do know some tournament organizers though, and
wow,
I will be demanding they write very transparent tiebreak rules for their.
The good news is there is a tiebreak, and it's not if we have 3 players with, let's say, 8.5 points, then the 2 with a bigger Sonneborn Burger will play a match, and the third is out. So I'm sure Ali Reza is happy to hear. Where's Ali Reza? Has anybody heard anything from Ali Reza? Is he tweeting? Is he streaming? Is his brother streaming? Is his dad giving interviews? What's happening?
Yeah, I'm not sure if I haven't seen him tweet all that much during Wijk, but I'm sure he's just working hard. There's a somewhat important tournament later in the year. I think he probably cares quite a bit about. So
he doesn't have time to tweet. Does he have Twitter?
I think he at some point got himself a Twitter. Yeah, I think there was a "Hello, welcome me to Twitter" type tweet at some point early in 2021.
Firuja.
Yeah.
Official Firuja. It's not a bad account name.
Chat is
official Twitter account of GM Alireza Firuja.
Yeah.
Last tweet December 21st saying GG's.
Not even saying yo. Clear misplay.
Do more of what makes you truly happy. This is from April 12th, 2021. That he stole from Anish's camp background. Huh? It seems like nowadays this sentence just became a very common theme, and in reality, I see very few people actually follow. Okay, I just went there to figure out what he's up to, but I'm staying for the life advice. That's
life coaching
stuff.
Life coaching, very important.
Sorry, I'm still very ill. Rook d8 played.
Yeah, I think e5 is the way to make sure you're never worse here. If you take on d8 and play e5, that might be... Even that is fine. I was going to say queen c7 is a good move there, but we have ef and g7 and fg. But yeah, this just, I think, makes an immediate draw. Rook d2, queen d2, fe, queen e5 check, queen d6, queen takes e5. Black makes a move of some sort there. I don't know, a5, a4. Maybe even queen b3. Yeah, nobody's really playing for a win here.
Can we take pawn?
Oh yeah, that as well, yeah.
Maybe black is playing for a win.
Maybe black is playing for a win here, yeah. I just completely missed ace of 2.
Maybe e5 isn't that simple. Anyway.
Yeah, this one became quite concrete, and yeah, Anish played queen b7, and when we left it previously was the position after knight d5 cd move 17, and Anish went with the queen excursion, or incursion rather, on b7, and Niels pushed some pieces back and played d6, allowing the bishop to return to f4, which is an interesting choice, because then the queen on b7 becomes very difficult to dislodge. But I guess he just doesn't care very much. I don't know, rook c4 is one way to go here, or maybe knight f6, and then something. Still feels like white might be a bit better, but not sure how much.
Yeah.
And a piece has just been sacrificed in the Vidit game, so that's probably suddenly the game to watch for the round.
I'm still trying to figure out how to dislodge the incursion. Wow, we did going for it.
Yeah, we did also leaving himself 12 minutes and going for it, which is in a way even more impressive. GH clearly is bad, but queen takes d4 is a sensible move, and yeah, this one you kind of know is not going to end well, but queen takes d4 seems to be somewhat playable because queen g4 I think we can answer with a 5, protecting the pawn on g7 with the queen, and there's also an idea of playing a 5 straight away in the current position, which I suspect doesn't work, but I haven't figured out why just yet. But looks ugly and very much feels like it shouldn't work for any number of reasons. Weirdly, knight g5 rook takes c2 I can't make win instantly. Like, it looks like it should be just winning for white, but I can't work out why. Knight f7, queen e6 check. Yeah, that might be good enough. Yeah, this looks horrible. Yeah, of all the black's options in the current position, f6, f5 looks like not the one. I'm expecting queen takes d4, but then white has a tempo to spend on something proactive. Bishop f4, knight f4, all kinds of potential moves. I quite like the idea of bishop f4 just to kind of... It's a move made with a tempo, but which also removes a threat to one of our pieces, so it's quite appealing in that way.
That sounds appealing.
Takes rook e5, but yeah, once again, like, feels like you should be lost here with black, but I don't quite see exactly how yet. Queen g3, queen g4, even knight takes f6 looks very promising for a bit, but can't really figure out how to put it to bed. Yeah, I quite like how Vidit is approaching this, but I like leaving yourself 12 minutes is the part that bothers me. But in general, I think from a certain moment on, he's definitely been playing the game better than Shahryar, at least on the face of things. And does have a very promising position optically.
So what result do we expect? I'll say 0-1 going on.
Yeah, I think weirdly 0-1 is extremely likely here because the position appears to be quite messy, and those types of positions where you feel like you must be winning but you probably aren't actually winning are quite difficult to play, and combined with potentially severe time trouble, because 12 for 15 in this position is not a lot, even with a 30-second increment. Yeah, this is very treacherous ground for Vidit. Knight g6 only move, though, we're being informed by...
Why is this so bad? Takes rook e5, is there some...
Queen g4 apparently is very strong if we are to believe the chatters. Yeah, this does look very good because if the king goes to some dark square, we go knight f6, knight g6, right? I guess. Rook e2, yeah, I have no idea. It's... Yeah.
Some trickery, I don't get it.
Some trickery going on, yeah, which we just can't figure out. I guess knight h7, rook e2, queen h4, rook e7 or something might be good, but... Yeah. Even with the, with the benefit of chat telling us what the best move is, we're still somewhat struggling to nail down exactly why it's as good for white as we're being told.
Yeah.
Must not be very much fun for Vidit. Shah doing absolutely the right thing, though, not hurrying with the response. Trying to figure out if queen d4 is the only move, and if maybe there are better options. Knight g6 does come into it. I think it's not a move that's impossible to make, because the white pieces are very much sort of bunched together, and connecting the defending pieces a bit better, like bringing the queen to the defense of the pawn on f6 is logical. After knight g6, gh is now a serious threat. I assume d5 just gets met by cd, cd, and maybe rook takes e4 and then gh, I guess. This doesn't look very clear, but it definitely looks like it's not unplayable for black at all. So the bishop has to go back, and importantly, after knight g6, if it goes back to e3, I think knight h4 is extremely strong. Queen g4, f5, and suddenly white pieces become tangled, and black, I think, just wins material. So I think if you see knight g6, you can very easily convince yourself that this is the way to go. Pretty sure white is still fine. Like, my feeling is white has to be doing quite well here, but not a fun position to navigate on very, very little time against somebody who is as tactically aware as Shahryar is. Yeah, bishop doesn't have to go back, it can take on g7. I was also looking at some move like knight g3 in the current position. There's definitely plenty of things. He's taken on
d4 plate.
Okay. I guess Shah either didn't like something about knight g6 or he just thinks this is fine. And yeah, this didn't seem fine to me, and I think the engines are also agreeing with that assessment, but we'll see what happens.
Magnus fine.
Yeah, Magnus's game actually underwent a lot of changes because Fabi chose to hard stop b7, b5 at the cost of providing black with this really, really beautiful bishop on c6. And now there's a not insignificant passer on a4, which white cannot really attack all that easily. Hang on a second, what is Vidit doing?
Queen g4. Oops, not
what?
Okay, yeah, f5. You missed f5. 0-1. I informed you thusly.
I agreed with you, but this is a bit of a weird blunder because the queen just appeared on d4. You like it's the one change in the position which you must be extremely aware of. And now you resign, right? Knight f6, queen f6. There is no follow-up. You just resign. This is very, very weird.
Yeah. It's a pity. Looked like it was an interesting game until then, and objectively he's better. Even if you don't spot. Well, you just missed f5. Yeah, I was going to say.
I think, yeah.
I don't think you're better. You can still play bishop f4 and then some random moves. But.
No, and also, I mean, bishop f4 just looks right because it creates a lot of problems with the rook on e6, and it's not even a defensive move. I just like it as an attacking move.
Sure.
Yeah, I mean, I assume he just thought he's forcing knight g6 here, and then has some kind of a strong follow-up. Maybe knight takes f6 works or whatever. I guess knight f6 actually does work here, so maybe he thought he was winning. Queen f6, rook e6, bishop e6, rook e6. He's kind of winning there. Yeah, so he thought he was winning the game, and now he will get f6, f5, and he will realize that the attack is gone, and like every single light piece is hanging suddenly. Yeah, and Jake correct in kind of making fun of the whole blunder narrative, but this I think,
is an actual blunder.
Yeah, this does count as a blunder, yeah. Because
Jake, the one time to use it properly, you're using it ironically.
Yeah.
Now that he's a sub, thinks he can do anything.
Yeah. No, yeah, that's people do get tired towards the end of this tournament. I don't think that's a mistake we see out of Vidit very often.
I've never seen him make this particular mistake. And f5 on the board. Yeah, this is just game.
Yeah. Not even sure exactly, like, just missing simply the move, the fact that the move f5 exists, I guess, because
Also, probably while Magyar was thinking about his move, he was calculating queen g4, knight g6, then in order to save some time playing quickly. And oof.
Yeah. Yeah, queen takes.
Saying maybe knight f6, queen f6 or so.
Yeah, that's the thing that you. But like, if you see that f5 exists, you will also see that queen takes f6 exists. Those are kind of short moves, which are also, you know, only replies to checks which don't allow mate next move. I think what you actually miss is f6, f5 altogether, not any kind of a tactical follow up to it. And it's unusual. It's a strange one.
Yeah, it's the opposite of my friend Paco Vallejo. He told me he only replies to checks that allow mate next.
Yeah.
What's going on here?
Queen b3, queen b7. We spoke about that. Rapport replied with e5, e4. I guess freeing up the bishop on g7, and Andrei went for kind of a strange-looking move, king g1, h2. I guess moving away the king from some checks on the back rank. Preemptive measure against. I'm not entirely sure what. My biggest question is what we're trying to preempt here. Rook f8 played. Looks kind of okay for black again.
Stop preempting. Start emptying.
Yeah. Start emptying, yeah, exactly. Queen takes b5 is now a threat.
Attacking the rook.
Yeah,
another reason why king h2 was horrible.
Even after queen e7, we can play queen b5, which might be relevant.
No, more reasons. Vida tilting on camera, yeah, I can imagine. That's a shocker.
Yeah.
Not much happening in the Dubov game today, but will there be a Dubov game tomorrow against Magnus? That is the big question. Fabi played rook fc1. This looks like a decisive result is still in the cards, right? I saw the engine like white earlier. Now it's shifting its allegiance.
It's shifting, and also this is just a very tricky position to play for, I think, both of them.
A blunder.
Yeah.
What should black do?
I'm still not sure. Like, bishop takes f3 in general is probably not a great move. So I don't know. Rook a8 just on. He went rook c d8 instead. Feels like he. Yeah, I'm not sure what the rook is doing on d8. Just sort of for future reference, putting it on a good square. I felt like putting it behind the passed pawn cannot really be a mistake, but I think maybe what he's planning to do is play queen, like in particular against rook b6. He's freeing up the squares to go queen a8, c8, g4. This is why the rook is not on a8. He wants to have the option of playing queen a8 and then activate his queen via those squares.
What was b5? I'm reading some b5s in the chats.
Yeah, I'm guessing this solves problems, but I don't know why. Once again, I'm sort of assuming chat is just giving away pawns because the machine told them to give away pawns. Not a move I would have considered for more than 3 seconds. Like, you always consider those because maybe there's some tactical justification, but if in the first 3 seconds you don't see the tactical justification, I think you kind of ignore it. And yeah, whatever justification there is here, it's very, very non-obvious. Bishop e4 maybe or something, but like it's way too deep for humans. Yeah. No idea why this is supposed to be good for black. And I actually quite like Magnus's concept there, because the queen on a6 is the one piece that he absolutely needs to improve now. Queen e2 seems attractive until you realize rook b2 just drives it all the way back to a6, so it does absolutely nothing. And by playing rook cd8, you create a path for the queen to get it to a good square. Yeah, either 5 or g4, and then with the queen very much in play, you can maybe even start looking at ideas of playing f7, f6, and opening up more of the position.
We shall see.
Yeah, very sharp position, and potentially, yeah, if Magnus actually pulls this one out, he further solidifies what we assume is the result of the tournament, with Richard probably not winning today, even though that game has potentially become a little bit more unclear than it was earlier. Peter thinks chat is brainless, it just knows how to read engine. Not exactly. I mean, I sort of disagree with the first part, but I definitely do know from experience chat is very, very good at reading engine. So I do suspect people quoting moves at us to be perhaps doing it with some help from our friends.
What's with this trend to put queen on b7, rook on a7? Is that the new?
Yeah, it appears to be a fashionable new thing.
Yeah. Even against the rook on f8, you're not even threatening anything. It's probably just for dominance.
Yeah, I mean, in Anish's case, he really doesn't have very much else going for him. So this creates an idea of bishop c7, maybe winning the b6 pawn or whatever. But yeah, feels like Black has achieved more in the past, I don't know, 5 moves from the moment we left it before we went on break, because I think Niels will be quite happy with the general idea of giving up the pawn on b6 for activity, which is what is likely to happen now.
He's generally a happy-go-lucky guy. If he has his coffee and his chessable course, he'll be all right. Anish still has to work for getting anywhere here. This just looks like too much, doesn't it?
Yeah, bishop c7, yeah. I think it's not actually that bad, but I think queen c8 is just kind of comfortable for Black, because queen b6, we can go knight d7 and win some material back. And if you take on b6, yeah, this I think I take on b7, I play rook b4, and this might become awkward, because how do you unpin those two stupid pieces? They look stuck. And apparently
you should play some quiet move.
Yeah, something like bishop f1 or e3 or whatever, yeah. But I think Black is quite happily playing rook b4 anyway. I think rook b4 is one of the ideas Niels had when he was playing rook c4. So
could be.
Just put it there, put some pressure on the white king side, queen side, sorry, and yeah, just play. Could get quite sharp. Yeah, and Jordan actually made the move that people were clamoring for, and this
Jordan's putting pressure, yeah.
Yeah, apparently Jan Christoph has played it quite dramatically, because the bishop is hanging, bishop h5, g6 is trouble. Rook e3, queen f1 is probably also trouble, and queen f4, g5. Yeah, this is very critical. What happens there after bishop h5 check? Like queen f4, g5, and we give a check now. Where does the king go? G7 or e7?
No, let's go somewhere.
Back to b8. I have some threats now.
Didn't work out the way we wanted to, so let's find something better than g5.
I'm pretty sure it is g5 because chat told me so.
Oh.
Yeah, I think it may be g5, then king g7, and if you play queen b8, maybe g5, g4. Once again, I'm basing this on the fact that chat told me this is strong. Otherwise, I don't know if I would have believed in any of this, but I trust you, chat, absolutely explicitly. Rook e1. I still don't know why this is good. Get rook e1. Queen somewhere, we defend the f2 pawn, and then... Yeah, rook f1. Bishop c4, maybe? Ah, bishop c4 is quite strong here.
Chat new.
Yeah. And Jake says actually instead of g4, bishop f7 is very strong. Is it though? Bishop takes f7? And just rook takes f7 and black is better. That's quite cute actually. That's quite cute. Rook e3, yeah, queen d2, and maybe white makes a draw, but very, very far from a given here.
So Jordan with chances yet again.
Mm-hmm.
Second win. He really enjoys his Wijks.
Yeah. 92 played in the Magnus game, and after 92, I want to say that with the knight vacating the f3 square, queen e2 becomes more of an option. I don't know if it's a good move, but you can definitely consider playing it, trying to get it to g4 faster. But I guess white can just play like h3 or maybe even f3 and stop it that way. f3 looks dodgy, but I can't refute it so far. Because bishop takes e5, I think rook e1 consolidates, and then white will be able to take the bishop next move. Of course, not d rook. Rook d3 would be a mistake, but we could still
It looks somewhat weakening, no?
It does look weakening, yeah, but yeah, now we go like rook e1 and
yeah, we go. Like
you just go back and you've provoked a move that I probably didn't want to make. Yeah, yeah.
Could be.
Could be, yeah, it absolutely could be, yeah. Then maybe h3, maybe, I mean, if I have to choose, h3 is definitely the less damaging move that that white can make, that protects against queen g4. Yeah.
I do need a nap, Slang Lang. I'm very sick today. Apologies. So Jorn, Vidit, yeah, I'm reading a lot how sad Vidit looks. It's not surprising. He just went from a good position to a completely lost one by missing this pawn to f5. And yeah, he's continuing, but
he's continuing mainly out of sort
going
of
through the motions, yeah, like
disgust at what happened to his position.
Whatever.
Knight g6, rook e8, more or less any move, yeah.
Not king f6.
Yeah, just not king f6, exactly. Yeah, that's the one you don't want to be making, but almost any other move that doesn't blunder a full piece here probably ends the game on the spot, because it's only one pawn for the piece, and I guess after knight g6 he wants to go knight e6 check and pretend, but it's not very successful pretending. Yeah, rook e8 probably the cleanest, as you were correct all along. Yeah, kind of very regrettable from Vidit's viewpoint, of course, because he really was playing a very good game. I thought what he was doing made a lot of sense. Maybe even if some of it wasn't the most precise according to the engines, it's kind of irrelevant. He had a concept, and that concept seemed to be working. But now, yeah, it is what you see on the screen. And yeah, Jordan just goes with the g5 plan.
He's a machine.
Yeah, he's not going to let go of this chance. Yeah, queen b8. Yeah, currently bishop f7 appears to be.
It's a tough one.
It's findable though, because the bishop on h5 is annoying, and getting to the rook on e2 is very much the theme of this position. I think it's findable. So yeah, it's don't particularly want to read in much into this, but the way, Jan Krzysztof took a very, very short draw with the white pieces I want to say last night, but yesterday. And today he, chose not to do it for the second day in a row, but his play did seem kind of very, very, it's much closer to what we're used to in spirit, but sorry, but kind of unconvincing, and does maybe slightly play into the whole narrative of things not being quite right.
I thought you were making a big karma point.
No, nothing.
Quick draws, kids, because you will lose the next day.
No.
But I think it's the opposite. You need to make more quick draws so you get used to it. And then it won't affect your play the next day. Like, but with Yarov, he's perfectly fine today.
Yeah. And I mean, Duda actually had a draw offered to him on move 25. He could have continued repeating. But on move 25, they've already played rook before rook d4 once, so it was more or less a straightforward draw offer in a position which I don't think even remotely looks like is better for white. But he's just not that kind of a player. He pretty much always continues. And yeah, he's continuing today, but it might end up costing him.
Fabi blunder.
Whoa. Okay, so he did play f3, and apparently rook takes d4 here is very strong. But yeah, I considered it, but it's not obvious that it's so strong, yeah. I mean, it's very playable. The bishop on 6 now is completely unchallengeable. The white center is broken up. I can easily see this being good for black, but yeah, calling this a blunder, I think, is a bit harsh.
I was just reading out.
Yeah. Same position with the pawn on h3 probably would be more manageable. Although, even that is not altogether clear. Okay, so let's try to figure out how bad is this actually. It's clearly annoying, but I don't know if it's necessarily bad. We can play, I don't know, queen c3 or rook d1. The queen probably goes to g5. I think it's the most annoying square.
For this? Anyway.
Or queen f4, yeah. Well, one of the two, yeah. Against rook d1 is probably maybe even queen f4 is more unpleasant than queen g5. Well, I'm probably playing queen c3 anyway. And then black plays rook d8. Yeah, it actually is kind of annoying. Because black has plenty of very easy moves to improve. Like rook d8, h5, h4 is going to be kind of tricky to meet because you don't really want to let it reach h3, but you also aren't very happy about playing h2, h3 yourself. Yeah, Worms could win this.
Real Urethra Franklin is saying GM makes literally any move that isn't Stockfish's top choice. Twitch chat, oh my god, he blunder, what an idiot. Nah, that's not true. There's not always the not an idiot. And it's also the beauty of chess commentary, no? Like, or of chess watching in general, that we have these powerful tools that allow us to see what the players do wrong. If not, what would be the point? It's like seeing the whole cards in poker.
They're called the hold cards now.
The hold cards? Why? Girls hold them?
Yeah. No, I'm appropriating some long-standing gags.
CP Carter, more evidence that Peter's never read a poker book. He thinks it's the hold cards.
And of course, now people will explain to me why I'm wrong.
Hope so. Digging yourself quite a hole there.
Yeah. Stapes reference, the streams are crossing. Yeah. I was going to say hello, Stapes, but Stapes probably isn't watching this.
This looks good for black.
Yeah, even though I think in your line, black would also have the same position, but with the pawn on 6 still alive, which I probably counts as an advantage. But you still win this, yeah. Like 95 takes c4 or rook d1, bishop f4 or whatever.
Trying to trap the rook, but can't do it yet. No, can't trap it.
Yeah. In a way, that the fact that Shah perhaps hasn't chosen the cleanest way is somewhat cruel to Vidit, because he will now have to stare at this position for a while longer without anything really coming anywhere near changing the result. You know, in a way, this will just sort of prolong the very, very cruel suffering here. So you just sit there thinking, you know, my position was beautiful. I had, you know, attacking chances, initiative, and all that, and now I'm pretending I have drawing chances in an endgame, a full piece down. Just sort of, you know, stop, he's already dead kind of vibes.
Yeah, he should resign and end his own suffering. But as long as you have 2 pawns, you sort of wait for
exactly,
the finish to be delivered.
In the meantime, the Rapport game ended in a draw, meaning that Magnus does win the tournament with a draw. Mathematically,
does he? He could lose to Dubov tomorrow.
Yeah, assuming he doesn't have to play Dubov tomorrow. I don't know. We haven't heard any news on that topic apart from that kind of a suggestion that Dubov might be, technically speaking, healthy now for a given
Does
value.
have a negative PCR test, no? Can they keep him out?
I don't like. I really have no idea what the regulations are on this topic by this point. Like, don't make me guess. I have not the slightest idea what the
Nightbot is claiming Dubov has tested positive for COVID-19 and has withdrawn. That is the question. Has he withdrawn, or given that he can show he now has a negative PCR test, can he make a comeback? Or does he need 2 negatives in a row? I honestly don't know.
Yeah, he probably can't get the second negative in time. Yeah, I mean, we are kind of making light of a very unfortunate situation for all involved, and probably should stop at some point. But yeah, it is a bit of an omnishambles, the entire thing.
Also, yeah, 2 negatives could be a positive.
That is true. Yeah.
Chat knows math.
Yeah,
Mr. Doji is asking, can you even default 3 games and continue? I don't know. Are there rules? This is me genuinely asking. Ulf Andersson, he likes to default some black games in opens, or like the later years of Andersson, but I'm not sure if he ever did more than 3.
Yeah, he's been doing that, hasn't he? Yeah, in like Jibs or
wherever.
Wherever, yeah.
Makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, I don't know. It's all just so strange.
We'll see tomorrow. I was thinking we should try to get Magnus on the show. I haven't actually tried yet, but if he has to play, that's even less likely to happen.
Yeah, that would be a scoop for the ages. Yeah, if we got Magnus to
during the game
while playing against Dubov tomorrow. Yeah,
maybe he can play Dubov, but they're both in their hotel room.
Yeah, or just mic him up, and like the way they do in some sports, including apparently cricket these days. They've started miking up some players during the 2020s and asking them opinions.
I have no idea. Who do they mic up? The batsman?
No, the fielding side.
Ah,
batsman would be a bit too much, I think. Yeah, but the fielders are somewhat freer with their time.
But do they also do it during test matches, or only?
No? It's only in the
Wow.
in the hit and giggle.
Gotcha.
Yeah, we mentioned it, but we didn't bring it up on screen. Isipenko Rapport is a draw. Richard successfully solved all of his problems, and yeah, this rook ending is not going to be very exciting for anybody. Very understandable.
That's also what makes a top player, no? At 2-7-60, you just quote unquote effortlessly draw these situations. Which many lesser player would just hopelessly lose this. And it might not be the most spectacular ones, but yeah, not losing such games, I think, is
This is very much where your tournament EV comes from, holding these positions against strong players.
Sure.
Yeah. So we have 4 games still running in the round. This is getting quietly has become very, very sharp. Black could be better here, or Anish could find some tactics here and justify previous play and be doing quite well. But currently the pawn on d4 is under pressure.
Ooh,
and
Swedish #1 in business. Engine is saying black did good, is now fine.
Yeah. Yeah, seems to suggest the 2e3 is the best move in the position. I don't know how easy it is to play and just leave the pawn on, leave the pawn on b2 emprise and just continue. Mad Dog asks, "We did rage quit, no GGs." We don't know. We don't actually have access to the video feed, but it's a kind of
a 93 showing off.
Yeah, showing off a little bit. Everything else was also winning, but yeah, 93 is a cute little solution. Rook h7, king g6, and black actually wins all of them pieces.
It's pretty.
It is a pretty move, even though most things win there for black. Being a piece up in an endgame, you don't have to show off. Yeah, this is a very kind of a hurtful game to lose for Vidit, considering how it was going until the very, very uncharacteristic blunder on move 26. This brings Schach to +3, right? Which is not enough to fight for first if Magnus doesn't lose today, but still good result for him. Who is he playing tomorrow? Let me check.
I can probably find out.
Yeah. So Schach is white against Fabi tomorrow, which is going to be an interesting one to watch.
And Vidit does resign after 93. Yeah, no point.
Yeah.
Continuing any further. Cute little touch there, but of course the big moment is in a good position. Computer-wise, much better, but human-wise, with the time on the clock, just better.
Yeah.
Bishop f4 should have been played. Instead, Vidit went for the kill. Queen g4 missed. f5, which just turns the game, and black is completely winning. Vidit, yeah. Not looking thrilled, we're being told. That's not a big surprise. Also, for what was an excellent tournament for him, he started very, very well. He had like +3, has now turned into a decent result, but nothing extraordinary, right? He has 50% now, so yeah, understandable.
Yeah, back to 50% now is going to be very...
Oh, he never had +3, actually, he had +2 earlier, yeah, 2.5.
Yeah, he did win 3 games, but he lost to Yarden before winning game 3, so he was never on +3. But yeah, a very, very good result, arguably one of the better results, and one of the better, I think, sort of general standard of play as well, because the games he won were all kinds of games. Like there was this really, really crazy game he won against Dubov, but there was also a very nice technical win over Sam, I think, in round 1. So yeah, he was... Yep. He was doing, he was not only leading the tournament at some point, he was also showing very, very nice all-round capabilities, both nice tactics and nice solid sort of base of understanding. regrettable. And yeah, you never want to see sequences like Queen G4 and F5 here. It just, as someone who has done this, I've definitely have done my fair share of things like that. It's just not very nice to experience from the white side. And Anishka did not play e3. He's played knight d3, which looks like, I mean, the d4 pawn is extremely important. It feels like maybe Niels is just much better now. Doesn't Carlsen secure the tournament if he wins and Jordan draws? I think so. It's I think assuming he doesn't have to play Dubov tomorrow, and we think that still holds true. I think just draw today. Jordan's result is not even that important as far as I can tell, because with a draw today, Magnus will have 8 out of 12 and a win tomorrow, meaning that he ends up on 9 out of 13, and his closest pursuers will be sort of a point and a half behind with 1 game to go. I don't think you can trap the rook after rook d4 because I still have the c4 square, but also black can start with rook c4 and then maybe take on d4 with the bishop. I don't know if that's any good, but that's definitely something you could consider. After rook d4, bishop e3, rook c4, queen takes b6 is being suggested. These types of positions are definitely at least a little bit better for black, because this is going to be a weakness rather than a strength, and the knight on e4 is strong and difficult to smoke out correctly. Like I take, I play rook fb8. It's black is definitely to be preferred here. Whether this is enough to actually convert into a full point, I have no idea, but definitely a very pleasant position for black to play. Will Magnus win the tournament and not gain rating? Most likely he will lose rating, actually, 2 weeks' notice, because he will end up on sort of 8 out of 12 and the Dubov game not counting. And I think the calculation was he needed 9 out of 13 to keep rating. And 8 out of 12 is a worse result in terms of percentages compared to 9 out of 13. So I assume he like loses a point or something. I don't know exactly, but he's currently losing a point. If he draws today, he will lose sort of another point by virtue of that draw. And his final round game will just not count for ELO at all. So yeah, he loses like 2 points by virtue of scoring +4 in this field, which sounds ludicrous. Yeah, people calling it ludicrous are not wrong, but that's what you get for being 28, 65 or whatever it is that he is right now. Your expected results become somewhat inflated. Yeah, Fabi played queen b4 here, not even trying to keep the pawn on e5 alive. This is very much trouble for white now. I don't even know if you're supposed to... Like, I don't think black is forced to take on e5, at least not straight away. I think there's definitely an argument to be made for playing rook d8 first, or even something like h7, h5, because it looks to me that the pawn on e5 is just going to be lost eventually in one way or another. So waiting and picking it up in the most comfortable way possible is probably the way to go. I quite like h5 here, actually. Just kind of passing them. Hang on a second. No, probably allowing queen d2 is a mistake. Specifically because queen d2 exists, I am now going to reconsider. Let's just take on e5, bishop e5, queen e5, and play this. It's a very comfortable position for black. One way to determine how well you're doing when you have a position with bishop and pawns against the rook is to check just how stable your bishop is. And this is about as fantastic a square for the bishop as you can get, because it just cannot be challenged by anything at all. h5 is a sese move. Peter, trust your instinct. That's actually kind of funny, because I don't know why we should be allowing queen d2. Oh, we can still take on e5. Okay, I'm an idiot. Okay, so then I rescind my earlier recension or whatever the noun is. No idea. It's a rescind of. But what I was saying about these types of positions is, I think, still valid. If white had this pawn, let's say, shortening, like if you move this pawn from c5 to e4, and the bishop on c6 gets the diagonal much shortened and gets much more contained, despite the black pawns becoming two connected passers, I probably prefer that. And in particular, if the bishop can be attacked by, let's say, b4, b5, or d4, d5, or somehow, it very much becomes unclear. But the way the pieces are in this position with the bishop on c6, the best white can do in terms of fighting against the bishop on c6 is somehow, let's say, give up an exchange for it to win the pawn on a4. But now that black has two pawns for the exchange, that's not going to equalize the game for you either, because you will just be sort of simplifying, transposing into some kind of a heavy piece endgame where you're pawn down and your king is less safe. So even that is not really any kind of a dream scenario. Definitely trouble for Fabi. In the meantime, Jordan went with a move that I was suggesting instead of a move that Jake was suggesting. This is never good news. You should always pick the move Jake is suggesting, and yeah, bishop f7 does look stronger than g4. Rook e1, queen g2 played. I guess we just go rook f1, queen e2, and something like king g1, and we just sort of keep our shape here. And it looks like black might still be a bit better after something like queen takes e4, but my suspicion is some kind of a position like this is easier for white to hold. Like we take on g4, we get those pieces off, and we play rook e1. And now the king on g7 is much less safe because the pawn on g5 got removed. And just in general, white also assumed control of an open file of some description. And yeah, white definitely has drawing chances. There is also the idea of playing queen e8 here, but I don't think that works because I don't think there is a perpetual here. We do need to check though. Maybe there is some kind of a perpetual. Actually, maybe this is a draw, come to think of it, because bishop f7, I think we go... maybe not. I wanted to go queen h8, queen e5, but then bishop e6 solves all of black's problems. Gets kind of confusing. Probably shouldn't get too carried away. And apparently the Niels game just got agreed drawn. I think Niels is just by this point slightly punch drunk, because I think under any kind of normal circumstances he continues here.
How was the clock? Do we know?
He was, I think, behind on the clock, but not by any kind of a dramatic amount. Let me briefly check. It says 12 minutes against 11, so both of them weren't really doing very well on the clock. But yeah, I mean, rook takes d4 is just a playable move here, and I think he kind of knows he's a bit better, but maybe not.
I went to the website. Rook d4 was equal, but rook c4 apparently is better for black. So maybe Anish thought he has a choice. There's little time. Let's get in a little proper.
Yeah. Neither of those things look winning, but they do look nice. And I think maybe at the start of the tournament he would have continued, but round 12, I think he feels draw is a good result with black against Anish. Let's just call it a day.
Yeah, Anish not finishing well, losing to Jordan yesterday. Today draw with white against Niels. Not how he had pictured this, I would guess.
Yeah, probably not. Yeah, not the 2-horse race we were expecting after his glorious performances in the earlier Wijks.
Some other horses potentially in the race, but assuming Daniil can play tomorrow.
Yeah. And also Magnus is legitimately, I think, quite a bit better now. I don't know if, if he is closer to winning than to not winning, but the pawn on e5 appears to be a goner, and with 2 for the exchange and the bishop on c6 being such a monster, it's just not going to be fun for Fabi to defend. I'm not even sure what we're supposed to be aiming for with white. Like, endgames are also very, very annoying there, right? After, let's say, bishop b5, queen e5. If you take the queens off, I don't know if you save the game. But if you keep the queens on, the king on g1 is far less safe than the king on g8, so you probably don't enjoy that either. Just a very, very big turnaround from how safe the position looked for white earlier.
Thankfully, my kids decided to play a little concert at the other side of the studio, so you guys get to enjoy some beautiful music. Queen b4 played.
Should be announcing the numbers.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Like the guessing game as to what is being played is
if they have a bigger repertoire than Jingle Bells. And chat, thank you so much for giving me odds on the COVID situation. Frankly, I don't know. I'm doing these home tests every day, but I've been sick for the better of 6 weeks. I have 2 little kids that go to kindergarten, and to me it seems like a usual winter cycle with, having a snotty nose that then turns into a cough and so on. I don't know. Like the tests I'm doing say negative. I'm not planning to go anywhere anytime very soon. I was planning to go to France on February 6th. I'll do a PCR test before that, obviously. But yeah, other than that, thank you so much, because I know we have many qualified virologists for giving odds. It's always helpful. What other games do we have? Jordan.
Yeah. Jordan didn't play bishop f7. I've already given the speech about how unwise he is to follow my recommendation of g4 over Jake's recommendation of bishop f7.
Oof.
Basically,
Mr. Dodgy has some insights. The horse medicine, the one they use in Austria, or is it a different one? Sorry,
I think he has a wide range of horse medicine. His him being a horse person and all.
Ivermectin, not medical advice. Just curious what Mr. Dodgy is offering. So is Jordan winning? Is he not winning?
I don't know. We kind of discussed this, and apparently it's a draw now. But I'm trying to figure out why it's a draw after bishop c4. I guess bishop c4, queen e8 is the point, yeah. And it's a perpetual. I'm guessing this is why bishop c4 isn't winning. Otherwise, I'd be a bit worried. Does white have more than a perpetual there? Probably not, right?
But why allow this?
You might not have anything better. Like, on the other hand, like, why is queen e2 not a move? The move I was somewhat worried about, as or at least from the white side, was queen e2. I gave some line here which just gives up the pawn on e4 for counterplay, but I don't know if that's the right line. Still plenty of time for both of them, and this is move 39, so they will figure it out. They will figure it out. People are saying Fabi allowed the queen trade, engine hates it.
Ooh.
Yeah, in particular, if the hang on a second, what? It's not the queen trade that the engine hates, I'm pretty sure, because the queen trade keeps the pawn on e5 alive.
Queen e3, bishop e5. We can do no.
Yeah, we could have done this at any point. And yeah, interestingly, Magnus, I was sort of advocating for the move h7, h5 instead of e6, but Magnus also went for kind of a slow move, not committing to any structure changes yet. And now, yeah, he can go queen e3, bishop e5, or he can actually allow the queen trade by playing bishop e5. Yeah,
I think this is what chat is saying, like queen trade.
Yeah, but why would that be good for black?
They
bishop f8
usually right.
Bishop d4,
In
rook c8, rook c1. Yeah, I don't know. Like machines generally, yeah. And whoa, Magnus is on point today.
He does take.
Yeah. This is quite impressive levels of correct assessment, because I'd be very worried about trading queens in a way that doesn't win the e5 pawn. And I will see if Fabi also agrees with how annoying bishop f8 is there. But he doesn't really have a choice, because yeah, taking on the before with the bishop and giving up the pawn on e5 without even getting those bishops off the board looks just straight up horrible.
Magnus was serious about trying to win rating. Huh? Like if he wins this game, he will finish the tournament on the rating plus. He went for the Sicilian. That was very impressive. Maybe also Kayakin's hashtag draw Magnus really motivated him. Although from Fabi has to be said, Fabi is not in the habit.
Yeah, Fabi
like big draws with white against the Berlin.
Fabi will not be tweeting those things, and also is not playing in any kind of that spirit at all. Yeah, he went for the full-blooded fight today. Just got outplayed somewhere along the line.
I was wondering if Magnus changed his openings to make sure he gets a fight, but you don't need to. Against Fabi, you could argue that you have some more winning chances and some more losing chances by going c5 than e5, but tricky discussion. And Fabi has realized rook b4 doesn't work, so he goes bishop takes e5.
And now we go like rook bc1, and we hope to get the bishops off the board that way. But or bishop a3, yeah,
a3.
Same idea. Just trying to play bishop b2 and get those pieces off the board.
Rook a8, prophylactic thinking. It's mysterious.
Yeah. Or bishop d5 with the same idea is also possible. Or you could just allow bishop b2 and say, I don't believe it's going to improve your position all that much. So
now it's really not a material disadvantage anymore. 2 pawns for the exchange. If anything, it's a small material plus, right? By modern counting.
You're like up half a pawn in my estimation, and you also have a very, very strong bishop and an outside passer. So yeah, black is unbelievably comfortable here. The question is whether you can mount some sort of desperate defense which doesn't allow, like if the black pawn gets to a2, you pretty much never draw, so you have to fight really hard to keep it on a4 and block it there and try to... I guess one thing that I would very much like to do here is to trade rooks, but I don't know if that's realistic, because you need so many moves to even threaten the rook trade. And let's say you double on the d-file, and then just before you get to play rook d8, black goes bishop d5.
Oof, so
f6. Yeah, and yeah, that rook trade just disappears. It's very, very bad.
The real Auf der Hut is saying, the way I interpret Magnus, that he is not holding back ideas for the next World Championship match, but just playing them in good tournaments in order to gain rating. Yeah, we've had the debate about holding back ideas, especially holding back ideas against an unknown opponent in a couple of years would be unlikely. But you could, of course, and that's how I understand it, make the point that Magnus doesn't, or he said he probably doesn't want to focus on World Championship matches, but on tournaments, which would then mean that he gets to use all his ideas in tournaments. But I do not think if he was playing to play a World Championship match in 2022, it would, or 2023, it would affect his opening play in this tournament.
Yeah. Yeah, we've had this conversation. Yeah, I think we're both in agreement that it pretty much isn't a thing anyway. But definitely isn't a thing in this, like, in January 2022, with opponent up in the air and all that. Yeah, you just...
No, you could have the debate for guys like Fabi, maybe, if they, let's say Fabi wants to play the Catalan in the candidates, and I'm making up openings, and the Nimzo, whatever it is. And if he then chooses to play a different opening here, such things could potentially happen. I still don't think you hold back, or you play whatever you think is best there. But such things I don't think are impossible to happen. But other than that, all this holding back ideas in modern age where everybody has the super powerful engines that give similar moves and 0-0 in the end anyway, I think is much overblown.
Yeah.
It's really more about getting a game and being flexible than all that stuff.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. In the meantime, yeah, we assume this is just a perpetual in the Duda Van Forest game. There shouldn't be. Is there a perpetual? Yeah, I mean, after Queen F6, there will always be a perpetual. I briefly wondered if maybe Queen H6 is just not the move you can. I'm losing my mind completely. Yeah. Yeah, Queen F6, and it's a very, very comfortable draw for white. Just giving checks from like F6, G6, F8, squares. So the Magnus game will very, very soon be the only game to cover for today.
Only Fabi MC. Feels like 2018 all over again.
Yep. We could go for a brief roundup of the challengers, I guess, because it's almost completely wrapped up as well. So that's
do
also,
it.
Yeah.
As I see, quick draw secures tournament victory. Congratulations to him. Dominating performance. Started with something insane: 6.5 out of 7, 7.5 out of 8.
Mm-hmm.
Cruise to victory. Impressive stuff. It'll be fun to see him in the Masters next year. Apologies. Draw. Yes, Bjarre had a good event. No,
yeah.
I'm always saying, I wonder who programmed says it. That's Stockfish on many cores. Yeah.
Yeah, Bjarre had a solid tournament. He's on +4. It's just that, you know, he's also playing in a tournament where you could make a legitimate argument for only the first place mattering, and the first place has not really been available for a while. But if not for that little detail, a very solid performance, nothing at all to be worried about. Polina lost today to Rinat Jumabayev. There was some kind of a sharpie. That was actually the callback to that crazy Dubov-Vidit game in the Masters with Knight A3 played in that position. And yeah, Polina went for a very different setup and looked like she may have been doing okay for a bit, and then things have gone slightly off the rails. Even this doesn't look that clear, but then it has gone bad. And in particular, I wanted to show the next game because I was curious, like, if you put the position after move 20 on the board, the fact that I'm asking you this question is obviously a bit of a leading question here, but like, what do you think this position is?
I'm wondering if I've seen this position before or not. Like, what was it like?
Yeah,
I don't know. It's move by move, right?
Yeah, but
Bishop
A6 looks extremely logical, but apparently this is just a perpetual, even though the king has to go to some really weird squares. And instead of Bishop A6, Rook FD8 apparently wins mathematically.
Wins for black, yeah?
Yeah,
wow.
And it's very beautiful. I was just trying to figure out how. After castles, you take on d5 with the rook, and after queen b3, you go rook g5. G3 only move because it's loses to queen b6 check. And after g3, you go rook takes b5. I don't
Nice.
think. Yeah, I don't think Max will be unhappy about this, but you're not going to kick yourself too hard for not spotting this in a live game, because allowing white to castle and move 20, like your entire previous play is based on the idea of not letting the king get to g1. And it doesn't really feel like rook takes d5 creates such a big threat, but apparently it just wins. Just straight up wins.
Yeah, it's the usual. If you allow your mind to go there, the line is not so hard to calculate. But
Yeah. No, I'm sure he checked, and yeah, he spent half an hour on bishop a6 there. He was clearly looking for a way to win, because bishop a6 does very much look like you're risking nothing, since white pretty much has to do what Morzin did, which is take, and play f3 and allow all those checks. Black immediately has very comfortable draw everywhere here, but apparently nothing better. But yeah, I just wanted to, I was kind of briefly wondering what was happening there, and yeah, the machine line is quite beautiful.
Pretty.
Daniel Darda is still playing against Lucas. Black has more rooks, but white has the much better structure. Not even sure how bad this is.
Playing an endgame.
Yeah,
he's better.
I think Erwin was completely winning at some point. I don't know if he is still completely winning, but he was definitely completely winning at some point in this game.
Vintage Erwin game. Sacrifice and exchange, good structure. End game. This is how he plays.
Absolutely the vintage Erwin here, yeah. Who wants them rooks? Whoa, and also e4, fe9. No, this is just
Doesn't
so
care about pawns.
Yeah, so pretty to observe. And final game of the round we haven't touched yet is Robin Vogel against Marc-André. Marc-André actually won a couple of games towards the end.
Marc-André is finishing strong, no? Like,
Yeah, he's on only -3 now, considering how he wasn't, I think, at some point on -5. So
yeah, he is 3 out of 4 the last 4 games. Not win this one, 4 out of 5.
Yeah, so definitely a market improvement towards the later stages of the tournament, and will not be a complete write-off, which I think is good. I think it's very poor for the psyche to just have a tournament that just goes from bad to worse with no upsides. Yeah,
so you think it's better to finish well than horribly?
Yes. As my dad and many other people in Russia are fond of saying, it's much better to be healthy and rich than sick and poor.
Certainly not healthy today. So we need more levels to this. Magnus, I hear he's been cuffing, but he's rich in bishops.
He is very rich in bishops, and yeah, he will now set up he had a beginnings of a kind of a passive bathtub, but the bathtub will get. I'm actually surprised he hasn't played h5 yet. I think he very much, and obviously Fabi
is the bathtub.
Yeah, Fabi is very much against the idea of setting up the bathtub and goes f3, f4 to be able to challenge it, but has the feel of those like Nimzovich endgames, or what was that famous game where it's not a very clear parallel, but there's this famous endgame with not exactly the structure, but imagine white not having a rook on b6, but let's say white having a bishop on e3 here and pawns on b2 and a3, and black having sort of exactly the same pieces without the bishop on e7. There's a famous endgame like that, right?
But white would be a rook up.
No rook on b6.
No rook on b6. I missed that part. Yeah, then I know it. Nimzovich, some deep rook h8.
And it's a very, very famous endgame, and there, from the starting position of material equality, black won that endgame anyway. And here, you would argue that the bishop on e7 is probably worth a rook, and black has 2 extra pawns. So yeah, not really expecting this to hold for white, but Fabi will put up a good struggle. He always does, but yeah, I'd be surprised if this holds. One source of counterplay white has here, which they wouldn't have if they didn't have two rooks, is doubling on the b file and taking on b7, which is, I guess, something that Magnus has to be very mindful of, but should be easy enough to defend against, right? You always kind of keep in mind that this exists and keep rook c7 in reserve.
He goes e5, very direct.
E5 anyway, yeah. He wants the king on e7, and sorry, on f7 and e6, and more diagonals for the bishops. Yeah, which is going to be a very difficult position to hold with white. Probably impossible.
See, and understanding endgames like this, even e5 is so far from obvious to me, but yeah, just boom. As soon as pieces will be all over the place.
Yeah. Allowed myself a glance at the Stockfish on many cores. Stockfish on many cores is somewhat unsurprisingly saying black is completely winning.
Yeah, believe it.
Yeah, not even slightly better or anything, just says flat out winning. That's how I feel about this position as well, yeah. And yeah, what you're saying about e5, I absolutely agree with. I would probably start with king f7 at least to have king e6 already in this position, for instance. But Magnus is not bothered in the slightest. So what do we do here? Like rook f8 f5 looks playable. One thing we don't do is e4 because that allows rook c6 and rook e4, and you might not win that rook ending. So yeah, activating the rook looks
king go
logical, yeah. Yeah, I want to play rook f5 here, and then maybe eventually I will start threatening e4. But for, like I just need the king on e6, and if it gets there, when will Svidler's passive bathtub course be dropping on Chessable? Yeah, we are very much in the bathtub meta. I have been declining to participate in it so far, but who knows what the future holds.
You've been declining to participate in the bathtub?
In the bathtub meta, specifically, yeah.
Okay, I don't know what that means. This is the only game still going, indeed.
Mm-hmm.
Rook f8, king e1 played. Rook f5. Well, as you predicted.
Yeah. Yeah, it's so hard to even make moves with white here. Like you can't really do anything. You play g4, rook f3 just sort of hastens your demise. Allowing king f7, king e6 also looks kind of cheerless because then black will be able to pick and choose how they will finish the game off. Yeah, just kind of like feels completely lost. No counterplay, no particular hope of any kind.
Just drawing random arrows.
I mean, it's bad enough to consider rook c6, bc, rook e4, but I think it loses to like 3 different things. Most obvious one probably being rook f4, rook e5, king f7, and preserving the pawn on a4. Just yeah, black is just so winning here. More active pieces, extra outside passer, nothing really to discuss even. Section 9 says, rookie here, couldn't Carlsen just play on time now? There is a 30-second increment, and he's playing against one of the best players in the world, so... Okay, it's also move 40, so irrelevant now. But in general, in particular when your position is this good, you're very much advised, and I think also kind of taught from an early age that by trying to play specifically against the clock, you're likely maybe to miss something and you decrease your winning chances. And yeah, against somebody like Fabi, you're much better off just treating his clock as an irrelevance. Let it be his problem, but it shouldn't influence your decisions.
Especially with increment. I think
yeah.
It's high on Magnus's list of things to look for.
Yeah. I remember in Linares one year, I played against Vasily Ivanchuk, and we played some Grunfeld, and in a very well-known theoretical position, he just thought for like an hour and played h2, h4 for no particular reason. And then I thought for like half an hour, and we were all in horrible time trouble. And no increment, of course. It was, I think, like late 90s. And my position sort of was bad from beginning to end. But it became very sharp towards like the move 30, 35. And Vasily was playing on, I don't know, under a minute for the last God knows how long. And at some point, I quite clearly saw that the best move must be move A, whatever move A was. But there was also move B, which was most likely quite bad, but it set up kind of a stupid trap, like not a one move trap, maybe a 2-move trap. And I thought, okay, Vasily has like 3 seconds for 5 moves or whatever, I should do this. And he, of course, you know, without really even blinking, just sidesteps all of my idiocy and gets to time control and beats me in the second time control. And after the game was over, Kasparov, who was playing in the tournament and took an interest, he like approached me and said, "But why didn't you play that move?" And I said, "Well, I mean, there's this trap and Vasily had 3 seconds." And he just looked at me and said, "But like, you're playing Ivanchuk. Why are you looking at his clock? Are you an idiot? Like, he's not going to make a mistake. What are you doing?" And yeah, I still remember that. It was kind of a valuable life lesson. Just, it shouldn't concern you. If he loses on time, he loses on time. But your moves should be good moves, in as much as you can make them.
I feel there must be a lesson somewhere in that story. But is it don't look at your opponent's clock or don't look at Ivanchuk's clock?
I think specifically Ivanchuk's clock should be ignored, yeah, because like you just if he's in the mood to lose on time that particular day, he will just lose on time regardless of what you do. He has done that once or twice in his career, but yeah, trying to specifically trap him with suboptimal traps is not going to work. Don't play against Ivanchuk. That's also a sound bit of advice, I think.
Also, this is more of a general point, but I think if you're in desperate time trouble, you're always super alert about forced lines that might include set traps and so on.
Yeah.
So very often the moves that lead to blunders are actually like sort of quiet moves that you didn't have on your radar because you always spend all your time monitoring the direct.
Yeah, that is also very, very sound advice. Yeah. If there is a good way to play against your opponent clock, it is trying to figure out which moves he will have considered, which are probably going to be the most forcing ones, and looking for alternatives which don't spoil anything but will come as
just natural strengthening moves are very, very unpleasant.
Yeah.
I have to do the thing again. Shall we go on a little break? I think they made the time control.
Yeah, they made the time control.
E4. We'll of course be back with all the action. Go Premium, support the show. 50% off Tata 2022. Go to chess24.com first.
Welcome to the new Chess24 playing experience. Play in light mode or dark mode. Choose from a range of time controls or create a custom game and get paired with players from around the world fast. Enjoy a polished playing experience while making moves on a fresh, responsive board to claim your victories. Train and improve with over 80,000 puzzles. And that's not all. Download now and discover what more you can enjoy in our brand new app.
It's time to take control of your journey towards chess mastery. Magnus Carlsen introduces Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Move Trainer uses the science of spaced repetition to identify your strengths and eliminate your weaknesses. There's no need to set up a board, remember which page you're on, or keep track of all the moves you miss. Move Trainer empowers you to go from the opening to the end game with confidence. It's a seamless, effective, and fun way to study chess. Choose from one of the largest online chess libraries in the world, with hundreds of titles ranging from classic books through to our exclusive Chessable courses, including over 100 free courses. Get expert insights from International Master John Bartholomew, Grandmaster Sam Shankland, International Master Christoph Sielecki, Grandmaster Simon Williams, World Champion Magnus Carlsen, and hundreds of other instructors. Get started now and join our growing community of over 100,000 chess enthusiasts at chessable.com. Chessable, take control of your journey towards chess mastery.
This is John. John loves to study chess. This is David. David loves to study chess as well, but efficiently. John spends more time setting up the board and figuring out what's on the page of his book than he gets to study. David likes to take it easy and use his time wisely. David has finished his exercise for today. John should try the same.
Welcome, everybody.
My name is Jan Nepomniachtchi, former world chess champion.
Are starting a new course here for Chessable.
A very special Chessable course.
Master your chess with Judith Polgar.
You know what? I learned a lot.
Okay, so let's send a challenge.
Here is challenging. Nice graphics, easy to see. Oh, what are you thinking about? You're looking how it can be the most painful?
Exactly. Okay, fine.
That I give him up a phone. He wants to be even rude. Hi, I'm Grandmaster Judith Polgar, and I'm here to welcome you in the Chessable classroom. It combines a shared chessboard with live video. Teachers get to interact on the chessboard with their students and even run quizzes and tournaments. I really love what Chessable Classroom can offer. I use it myself all the time. Just invite students to your classroom and start teaching right there. No downloads needed, and it's for free.
E5, it's E5 Patzers.
A complete repertoire against 1 E4 based on 1 E5, now available to study with Chessable's unique Move Trainer technology. The backbone is the Marshall Gambit against the Spanish, with 3 Knight F6 against the Italian. Jan Gustafsson has revisited all these lines he has played for 20 years and worked on as a second for Peter Lecco and Magnus Carlsen, amongst others, with the help of the most powerful engines out there, Leela 0 and Stockfish 10. This has led to many new discoveries and a repertoire ready to master on Chessable that can serve the student for a long chess career.
Maybe E4 doesn't exist after all.
E5, it's E5 Patzers.
I'm ahead of the game. Well, the phone is always ringing. I'm caught up on the line. Got a string around my finger. Remember who am I? I'm a boss and I'm honestly off my rocker. But follow me. I'm ahead of the game. I'm ahead of the game. I'm only ever slinging. I'm working overtime. Got a song and I'm the singer. The melody, the vibe. I'm a prodigy. Logically, I'm impossibly wanted. Then they'll remember my name. They'll remember my name. Ooh, well, I'm ahead now. I'm ahead of the game. I'm ahead of the game. Ooh,
Hello everyone, I'm Grandmaster Yasser Seirawan. I do hope that you're enjoying the 2022 Tata Steel Tournament broadcasts. Do you want to get my exclusive Chessable video course, Winning Chess Strategies, for free? Today, Chessable is running a promotion. Go to chessable.com/Yasser and see all the details of how you can get my course for free.
When I saw her for the first time, it was love at first sight. I love how rich and complex she is, how sharp and principled her first steps, how graceful her movement. Paris is a city of love. I've come to find my love for the French defense.
Welcome back, everybody. The big game is still ongoing. Fabian Caruana versus Magnus Carlsen. Peter Svidler, what's happening?
I think we're actually sort of watching the last throws here, because bishop h4 check is a very clever idea. I've been expecting this to happen. Provoking g3 is hugely beneficial for black because rook f3 becomes an option. It probably is a very strong option even immediately. Gh, rook takes a3 looks kind of bad, but you could also just play bishop g5 here, for instance, and play it later, like rook c3, bishop f6. The rook cannot really stay on the third, and then rook f3 lands, and game kind of starts looking even more lost than it is already. Yeah, expecting Magnus to win this very, very comfortably.
That's all there is. Have we mentioned that Duda, Jordan, Anna in this perpetual? We probably did.
We haven't, but yeah, we expected that. So yeah, just
so last game.
Mm-hmm. Dodgy, I don't know why I'm laughing.
Is that a made-up quote or is that true? That's probably true, yeah? Like what Dodgy said.
I mean, Dodgy generally doesn't use fake quote marks. I think the quote marks do sort of indicate that this is
quote marks.
Yeah. So for those of you not reading the Twitch chat,
that's from the real Tata account. Yeah, just checking.
Daniel Dubov tested positive for COVID-19 on Thursday. A second test requested by Dubov himself showed a negative result. The Dutch health authorities stipulate that in these circumstances, the positive test result stands and supersedes the negative outcome. So yeah, basically once you test positive, you are kind of entered into the system as a COVID patient, and yeah, you're not going to get reinstated. Like for our purposes, he's not going to get reinstated in the tournament. I understand it's sort of probably by this point the least of his worries, but
then why do the second test? Is it valid for traveling, or is there
maybe he
a
thinks
period of time, whatever, 5 days, 10 days, that the positive test stands no matter what?
I don't know. I think it's useful to have a negative test in terms like for purposes of getting to Berlin. The earliest he can start showing negative tests, I think, it can't hurt and might actually help. So I very much understand the desire to get retested if it's available. We still don't really know what it does for his travel, but yeah, I think this statement very much confirms what we suspected, that there will not be a magical reappearance for round 13.
That means Magnus, who's likely winning this game, will win Wijk quite comfortably.
Yeah, quite comfortably, and yeah, I mean, no kind of asterisks attached to it anyway, really, because all of his, apart from Shah, all of his closest pursuers have, either beaten Daniel or also gotten pluses against Daniel. I think plus is actually kind of more relevant, yeah, because both Geary and Rapport got the wins against Dubov in exactly the same fashion.
Yeah. No one loses rating points if a player doesn't show up.
Yeah. Yeah, Fabi goes rook b1, but yeah, well, you kind of know how this movie ends. I guess he wants rook f3, bishop c1 maybe, but then hang on. Yeah, Fabi is just so resilient. So he spots this idea. It not only generates the idea of playing bishop e1, bishop c3, sorry, bishop e3 if the bishop goes somewhere. He's also stopping bishop b5, which was potentially a very, very strong threat against almost any other rook move. You have to assume it doesn't change the evaluation, but Fabi kind of never gives up until it's actually time to give up. But here, yeah, bishop f6 probably just wins very comfortably. Bishop f6 makes sure that rook e3, for instance, is completely unplayable because we can even take and go a3, and that's a whole piece because white can't get the blockade in time. And if you play bishop e3 here, we go bishop c3 check, or even a3 immediately, and we just start progressing that.
Yeah, position too bad.
Position bad. Enemy
Fabi put up a great fight, but not a great result for him this year overall.
Yeah, even though, as we discussed yesterday, it feels like he's had an absolute disaster, when in fact with this loss he will be on 50%, I think, right?
I think so, yeah.
and it really did feel like it was like just a complete write-off, like a very, very, I mean, he won't enjoy being on 50%, but it's still a kind of a very Fabi performance, continuing to fight, winning some games. Yeah, he was actually finishing quite strongly, starting from his victory against Duda in round 7. He was on a little run of 3.5 out of 5 until today.
Yeah, kudos to Magnus. Played a fighting opening, was, I don't know, maybe slightly worse out of the opening, but it was always unbalanced. And yeah, just played better, which seems to be a good chess trick to remember.
Yeah.
After f3, rook takes d4. Seemed like, yeah. It was already better, but judging all this stuff is impressive. Same with queen takes b4. Yeah, Magnus good. Chat is saying Fabi not doing well because Rustam is not with him. Could be, of course. I'm sure Rustam was a great trainer, but if you're referring to the fact that his coach had to go into quarantine, that referred to Truchelov, who was supposed to be with him here, and yeah, who couldn't join him because he was tested positive for COVID.
Yeah.
PH has asked the important question: what are the regulations about tie breaks for COVID tests? I don't know. But since Magnus is winning all by himself, there will be no tie breaks, right?
But PH never really shirks from asking the important questions, whether
transparency.
Whether they are relevant for the tournament situation or anything at all or not. It's just important questions need to be asked. Full stop.
Answered.
And answered, yeah. And because they need to be answered, they will be asked as many times as possible. Please look at the games of the challengers. Magnus will do it. Yeah, we agree with the second half of your statement, Luke the Lucky, but we did look at the challengers earlier. And there's really not that much going on there today. Apart from
is cruising.
Yeah, apart from the positional masterpiece by Erwin, and in terms of the intrigue was finally put to bed completely. Not that anybody is surprised by Arjun Erigaisi making a short draw with the white pieces against his closest pursuer, and by virtue of that, mathematically securing first place. Will we ever see Ivanchuk in super tournaments again? Depends. Once again, it brings us back to that kind of a weird debate we had earlier about the definition of what a super tournament is. I think everybody would like him to play in strong tournaments again, because I think even right now he provides excellent value in terms of, you know, ideas shown and just general all-round excitement, and still gives fantastic interviews and just an all-round great inclusion. But for super tournaments, I think organizers very much look at average rating as their first and occasionally only metric, and then it's more difficult. Super tournament is when Chucky is player. Yeah, then absolutely he should, and he will, because that's how it works. LOL, Engine wants to give up the exchange on C6. There's really no LOL about it. It's just about the only source of counterplay White has. It just doesn't help. This is the problem with it, is that it doesn't help.
Mr. Dodgy Invitation is mentioned. Could be.
Yep.
He has not much to say. Yeah, Magnus, he's not gonna let go from here. Like, what's the line here?
Yeah, we can ignore it, or we can, I don't know.
How do we progress? Yeah, I'm not sure. Check does anything.
Yeah, I'm not sure we need to react. Yeah, and like we can go King f7 simply and just ask you to take, and then a3. But I'm not sure about that. Yeah, maybe we just start with a3. Yeah, because here I wanted to go rook c3 instead of a3, but that also doesn't really solve all of my. Bishop b2 a3 was exactly the kind of a trap I wanted to set, but I think
don't try this Ivanchuk.
King d1 is probably actually winning the a pawn, and that, even if this is still winning, we definitely don't want to be playing this position as black. It's suddenly become much trickier. Do you think Fabi knows how bad his position is? Yeah. They both have absolutely no doubt about the evaluation here. It's not very counterintuitive at all. But Fabi just kind of doesn't have the give up in him. He will continue looking for small chances, even if he feels it's kind of pointless and will not gain him very much. He just continues fighting until there's no chance left.
There's no F in Corona.
Well played.
All right, what else is there to say? Rapport drew, had a good event, but could not keep Magnus's pace. Other than that, he just looks like a well-established, complete top player now. Plays differently in the openings than us, but he's just very, very good.
Yeah, he's very good and continues improving. And it would be interesting. Like, I assume he will play a lot of these top events now because he is very high rated and also plays very interesting, very non-standard chess. And we have not really seen him do well in the tournaments which are part of the cycle, which I assume he is like. There's no reason why he wouldn't be. So I guess he's playing the Grand Prix, right? So
I'm sure. Probably we could bring up the field again.
And if he does well in the Grand Prix, he would be a very interesting kind of a. Feels unfair to say that, honestly, but a kind of a wild card type.
There he is.
Yeah, there. Just below the absolute household names of the top row there. If he gets through the Grand Prix and qualifies for the candidates, he would be an excellent addition to the candidates, just to kind of introduce some slight additional chaos into the mix there. Even if he is now very much, mellowed in terms of opening choices, and the earlier wildness maybe has been tempered a bit.
Yeah. Good to see Ding in the field. So Ding's gonna come to Berlin.
Yeah. I think he had to at some point there was a bit of a threat of him not playing because of the rules for needing to be active on the list, right? So
he played this 4 games match, so he had enough games.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Against Lu Shanglei, was it?
Mm-hmm. I think it was Lu Shanglei, yeah. So
Michai is asking, why is not Ali Reza on the list? Because Ali Reza is already qualified for the candidates. The players in this Grand Prix tournament are mainly trying to qualify for the candidates, while here you see the ones that already are qualified for the candidates. Jan Nepomniachtchi, Timur Rajabov, Duda, Karyakin, Ali Reza, Caruana. So 2 more out of these, which is
yeah. A lot of talk about a lot of people in our chat and excited to see Alexei Shirov do well again. Yeah, his performance in Riga was absolutely exceptional, considering how strong the field is, and he qualified for the Grand Prix seemingly effortlessly. Was at some point in the running for qualifying, even for the candidates. Like if he had won one more game, I think he'd be very much in the running for maybe not overtaking Ali Reza, but he could definitely be like in a tie for second somewhere along the way. But yeah, always very pleasing to see him play well, because he continues playing basically the same chess that he was playing when I started playing against him, like in the mid-90s. Very, very sharp openings, unbelievably dangerous attacker, and just as he was in those years, very, very dangerous in technical endgames. Extremely solid technical player, one of the better technical players out there. A very kind of a strong mix if you can combine those things in one person. I don't think Grand Prix will be easy for him, but I mean Grand Prix will not be easy for any of the participants. I don't think he starts as a favorite, but it's good to see him play the Grand Prix, of course.
All right. Did you feel bad that you praised Ivanchuk too much, so you had to give a little Shirov speech? Anybody else? Who else is good at chess? That's it?
No, nobody else is even remotely as good as those two. So how do we win?
Vishy. Is Vishy good?
Vishy is excellent.
Leko, Nigel, Kramnik. Just give a name and Peter has to praise them for 5 minutes. I think that's a good game to play.
We will... yeah.
Rook b6.
Yeah. Let's find a...
Would you say Caruana is tenacious in defense or not so tenacious?
Tenacious D. Also Thelonious Monk and other names that come to mind. I think the most difficult name will be Peter Svidler, says Jake. Yeah, Jake has been around for a while, has learned some things. Do we think Fabi, Sergey, and I guess Jan in that list as well were as strong opponents to Carlsen as Vishy Kramnik were to Gary? Why is that the comparison though?
I like this. Make Peter compare people. That's gonna be much more fun than making him praise people. Who do you think had a better career, Ivanchuk or Caruana, Peter?
Fabi, I think, no?
Whoa. Is that consistent with your claim that Ivanchuk is the greatest player ever not to become world champion?
It is sort of, because I feel like writing, like if we include Fabi in that list, we're kind of writing over the rest of his career. And
so you're assuming Fabi will be world champion? Okay,
I feel like
stop
he's
trying to
like,
be an asshole. Sorry.
You know what I'm trying to say, and I don't think I'm wrong either. I think it's just like current players who are in the top, I don't know, 3 in the world should not really be in that conversation yet. Give it time, but no, I think, you know, Vasily has won a lot of very, very top tournaments, but so has Fabi by this point, and I think Fabi probably played more candidates tournaments by this point than Vasily, has done better in them overall. Yeah, it probably is Fabi. I don't know. It's a difficult, it's a kind of a weird comparison, comparing careers, but I think it probably already
saying rank the Russian national team in terms of character. I like it. So who do we have on there? We have Kayakin, Dubov.
Fantastic
Bishuk.
people, all of them. Yes. I think the answer is yes. I should learn to just answer yes to those questions. I've seen it done, and it's a very, very efficient way of dealing with all kinds of bullshit, but I never seem to employ it.
Do you still think that Alexienko has gotten a little full of himself ever since he got that wild card? I'm kidding, Kirill, if you're watching. He never said that publicly.
Absolutely never said that, no.
Okay. Rook b6.
Yes. Let's there's two ways to go about this. We could either try to figure out how to win this position, or we could actually check how to win this position. Which one do you prefer?
We could check to win this position?
We could also probably check. I don't think bishop c3 spoils anything. So yeah, this is a third option.
Ale.
What is this?
Just making random first computer moves.
Okay. Yeah, I don't.
This is not exactly how.
Yeah, this is not very intuitive. Yeah, it does seem to be
usually play
kind of instantly winning, but yeah, I think giving up the e pawn without creating a threat of a3, a2. I mean, you can actually get here by process of thinking about things, but it's not easy. Yeah, if Magnus does that, it will be very impressive. But well, it really feels like this is not the only way to win, so it feels unlikely. I think there's probably quieter ways to win right this moment, which don't involve giving up one of our most prized possessions. Interestingly, okay, yeah. King f7, and then after white gives up the exchange, rook b3 apparently keeps the pawn. And I think it's possible to find the move rook b3. I am guessing, but I think it's within Magnus's capabilities. I don't know about myself, but Magnus probably finds rook b3 here.
Do you think Ivanchuk would find it?
Yes. Actually, even rook c3, which we were discussing, is the same, because King d1, rook d3 check, and then rook d4 is winning, yeah, which is something we failed to observe. The important bit here is not to give up the pawn on e4, and everything that keeps the pawn on e4 alive wins very, very comfortably. So yeah, I think, you know, if you're choosing between bishop c3 check and then e3 and king f7, which also wins, I think Magnus goes king f7 a vast majority of the time. Just no fuss.
Good question, chat. Who's the best 60-year-old? I assume you don't mean who had the most success until then, but who had the most success at the age of 60. And candidates given are Smyslov, Korchnoi, Lasker, which is already a pretty good list.
Yeah, it is a solid list, yeah. I would need to check which years correspond.
Steinitz?
Nah, I don't think Steinitz enters into that conversation, yeah.
Spassky doesn't sound right.
No. It's between those three.
Korchnoi in his 50s, it's no question. I'm not sure exactly at 60 if, like, yeah, he must still have been up there.
Quote if God of War says Peter Svidler is a pretty good player for a 60-year-old. He is, yeah. Solid.
No.
Yeah, people saying, let's say Kasparov. Yeah, I mean, if Gary continued playing seriously, I'm pretty sure he would be a very fearsome player even now. But he kind of gave up completely, and sort of he gave up properly 15 years ago. And
I think you got to be active to make the debate. Also, it helps if you're 60.
Yeah, he'll be 60 next year, so it's not that far fetched.
So he still has a chance for next year's rating. I don't know enough. Lasker, he was still world class, but he probably didn't play much. 60, where was it? Was it?
Yeah, let me check.
Not playing Capablanca?
So he was born in 1868, so he was 16, early 20s. No, what am I talking about? Late 20s. But he was still playing very, very good chess then. Yeah, he was still winning some tournaments, and he just barely lost the title to Kappa at the age of 59, if I'm not miscounting.
Yeah, I think he still had some triumphs even after
I think
that, but he was no longer world champion.
He won some tournaments in the 30s, ahead of extremely stacked fields as well. So,
looks like that was a good list. Smyslov, his candidate run where he lost to Kasparov in the semifinals, he was like
65 or something. Yeah. Yeah, I think in terms of like pure competitive successes, I'm probably putting Smyslov ahead of the other two because of I feel that basically the game just became so much harder by that point. I think the level of opposition in general that Smyslov played against to get to where he got to at the age of 65 was just much stronger than what Lasker and Korchnoi were dealing with. But yeah, it's a tough one. I think choosing any of the three is perfectly valid. But if I have to choose, I'm probably choosing Smyslov. Yeah, people are saying he was 63. It doesn't invalidate the point. You know, if he was 63 and not 65, he still got to the semifinals of the cycle, playing against people who were old enough to be his grandchildren. In Kasparov's case, quite clearly. So,
I'm sure I agree with your argument. Swisler was born way before Korchnoi, no?
Why do you disagree, though?
Because you said it was tougher for Smyslov, because the level of competitive was higher than.
Yeah, but I mean, Korchnoi also played in those years, but he wasn't. Hang on. Yeah, I mean, like Korchnoi played a World Championship match in '81, but he was. Let me check. I should actually know these things off the top of my head. So Korchnoi was born
31.
in 31. So he played a world championship match at the age of 50. But by the time he got to 60, he was, like, in the 90s, he was obviously an extremely strong player, but he wasn't really playing cycle events anymore. He wasn't really...
Yeah, no, I agree with that. I just misunderstood that. I thought he meant chess was so much tougher when Svidler was 60.
No, specifically the type of success Smyslov had in his 60s, I think.
Yeah, no argument.
Yeah. Korchnoi was obviously still, like, he was still beating people when he was in mid-70s. And I mean, good
Fabi.
people. Yeah, specifically the person we're watching right now got beat by Korchnoi when Korchnoi was like 75 or 6 or whatever. Yeah, well, Magnus goes with a move which is not winning by force quickly, but is still very, very winning. And, like, importantly, just stops the rook takes e6 counterplay by having the rook e5 option. This is by far the most important point. Just not having to think about rook e6, rook e4 at all, because we have the rook trade available. Yeah.
Here he will.
Yeah, and then we just start coming in.
And then win.
Somewhere around here, you just resign because the king gets to d5 and everything gets connected, and then black wins in like one of the 3 different ways.
So I started playing Wordle, Peter. What's the best opening word?
People argue about that, but I don't always... like the 2 words that I've heard as being useful for that are ratio and adieu.
Really?
Which sort out... Yeah, adieu and about, apparently, yeah, or guys, yeah. Words that give you a pretty good idea about the vowels, but guys looks worse to me because you and I are...
We're guys.
Yeah. Ray.
I went with, I don't know how to pronounce it, soar. S-O-A-R-E. It's a hawk, as we all know. I thought I had a lot of vowels in there.
Yeah, so people have obviously very strong opening ideas on the proper opening word, but I'm not really doing it scientifically. I just type in whatever feels right on the day. I think I once started. Do you play on hard mode or not?
I have no idea. I put Wordle into the computer thing, and then it gave me a link, and I clicked on it, and I did something, and then I could do it again 24 hours later.
Yeah, but there's basically what is supposed to be the hard mode is if you get any letters right, you have to use them in the next guesses.
You're allowed not to do that?
Yeah,
I always keep the letters I have right.
No, if you don't play on hard mode, you're not obliged to do that. Yeah. Which allows you to eliminate stuff much easier.
Okay. I have no idea. I've played twice. It's been great fun. Am I late to the party? It's no longer cool, right?
I think the people posting please stop posting Wordle now outnumber the people posting Wordle. So it's currently the hate meta, but
the world needs to see how good I am with words.
Absolutely. It's very important.
Okay, resign, Fabi. Restaurants are open again. There are no excuses. Like not having anything to do. I don't think anybody would really resign here.
I mean, it's not a mistake, but I don't think he will. And there's some interesting alternatives. Yeah, Loodle was mentioned in chat, which is basically Wordle, but only with swear words. And there's also a thing called Absurdle, which is basically it's like the evil Wordle, where
edgy,
where basically it changes the word it guessed to make your life as difficult as possible. Like whenever you type in the guess, like your first guess will always give you 0 letters, and so on and so forth. Like every time it changes the word until it can no longer change the word using the letters you've already guessed correctly. So that one I don't beat. That one kind of gets me. because at some point I just become dispirited and give up, and it says, you gave up after 5 tries. The word is whatever the word is, and sounds very cheerful about it.
It's no longer cool. I'm too late. Such a pity. Nelly, was willst du noch machen?
Yeah, Fabi did not resign, but yeah.
Willst du
He
vielleicht
will not save the game. Yeah, just start bringing the king in. It's one of those positions, like there's this potentially apocryphal story about one of the old masters who had an absolutely winning position with like tons of extra pawns, and he was pushing them towards the queening square, and his opponent refused to resign. And then he just kind of stopped pushing the pawns which were close to the
Du noch eine Folge Paw Patrol sehen das.
And started pushing some other ones. And that's where the resignation finally came. So here, like, it really kind of feels appropriate to wait until Black actually plays King of 7 and resign then, because yeah, once more pieces start coming into the game, you really feel completely outnumbered.
How strong is the king in an endgame? He's like 4 pawns, right?
Probably. I struggle with those numerical values for things. This has been mentioned more than once, and I don't know what that is, so I'll ask you. Has Nelly watched Bowie in Labyrinth? And do you know what that is?
Doesn't ring a bell. Is that the time David Bowie partied a little hard and got lost in Berlin Tiergarten?
It's actually a movie with David Bowie in.
So say it. I don't think she's interested in that movie. She's 5 chat.
Jesus. The Bowie bulge was formative in my childhood, says Doctor, do you even lift? Did we need to know that? I guess now we absolutely do, because I read it out. I could have chosen not to read it out, and then maybe we could have pretended we didn't know that.
Now I'm looking at the Labyrinth poster, and it's deeply disturbing already. Not happening. Anyway, she's 18.
Yeah.
This is Bowie back to Bowie.
I have to say that, sometimes you wish maybe Fabi was, tenacious, but not quite as tenacious as all of that. This is not a position you save.
Nein, ich muss ja noch arbeiten. Das ist ich arbeite ganz schwer hier. Ja.
Eigentlich früher, als ich noch 4 war und als ich dich immer dann auf dem Popschirm gefragt habe, als du gearbeitet hast, dann habe ich immer um Popschirm gefragt und dann hast du immer Stopp mit Arbeiten gemacht und dann konnten wir Popschirm.
Ja, wenn ich so normale Arbeit habe, dann kann ich stoppen. Aber wenn ich die schwere Arbeit live kommentieren habe, dann kann ich nicht stoppen, weil die Partien laufen jetzt, verstehst du, wenn sie fertig sind. Dann kann ich vielleicht. That's the Dutch segment for today, boys and girls. It's not Dutch, but they will never know.
Und nicht mehr die normale Partien.
Ist gleich fertig.
Violin for you says the ghost commentator has some good points. She always does, yeah.
Does tend to win these arguments. Bring the king.
Yes.
Magnus taking his time here.
Yeah. No reason not to enjoy himself here. I suspect most sensible moves here win. Like King of
King
7
is here, we can take here.
Yeah, King of 7 is a good starting point. Bishop c3 check probably doesn't throw anything. Bishop d4 is a very logical move.
Let's do this to tie the rook down further. This looks nice, actually.
Yeah. Really does feel like a matter of taste what you choose here. It's very, very difficult to... It's a kind of an unimprovable position for white. Like you go King of 7. If white takes a pair of rooks off, which seems maybe possible with rook f2, even that position seems completely lost because then the a-pawn will decide eventually.
Blobbeeks, what's your advice? Rook c6, rook e4, and offer, draw, and pray. He's not taking it.
Yeah. Rook e5 is a bit painful here. Many other things also win, but this is kind of bad.
Ganz bisschen noch. Wo kommt der Arm her? Guck mal, ne?
Wer ist ein Stuhl hier?
Where's the doggo, people say? Doggo's outside.
Nein.
Du musst versuchen zu gewinnen. Dieses Mal musst du mir glauben, dass du gewinnst.
Yeah.
Dass ich was gewinne.
Do we think Magnus ever thinks about, if I take longer, Jan will have to commentate longer?
Ja, aber du musst...
No, I'm enjoying this. I'm feeling a little better than I've done earlier today when I really wasn't feeling myself. A little better now.
Siehst du denn da runter? Papa?
A somewhat serious question. I don't know what your answer is. He finally has played King of 7. Have you shown the beautiful game to your kid? If yes, I mean, I'm sure I've seen Nelly next to the chess pieces. I don't know if she...
Were we talking about Paw Patrol?
No. Showing chess to your kids when... You know.
Yeah, she sort of knows how to play. I'm not really pushing it very hard. I think my wife probably taught her the rules, but we don't play much. Nelly, willst du Schach spielen, ne?
Nein.
Nein.
Ich will Paw Patrol spielen.
Yeah.
There you go.
And people are also asking if I understand German. I understand this German, yeah. The very, very happy no to the question, do you play chess? I very much understand.
Ich muss sagen, das ist leider.
Yeah, my kids didn't play at all for...
Okay,
I showed them the game when they were maybe like 5 or 6 and they showed no interest.
Sieht jetzt sehr witzig aus, Papa.
Findest du?
Ja, sehr witzig.
I'm not interested in this.
Bist du bereit, Papa?
Ich bin bereit.
Also. Das sieht besonders gut aus.
Nee, du weißt, dass ich schwer krank bin heute. Ich muss mal husten, Nase putzen. Das Ohr ist das Einzige, was da ein bisschen heilen war. Nase kaputt und kaputt. Jetzt hat auch Ohr kaputt.
Ja. Sind auch die Haare kaputt? Sind die kaputt? Oder nur das Ohr?
Nur das Ohr.
Nur?
Die Haare sind nur ein bisschen fettig.
Lulilu, braver Junge, brav. Schön.
This is even more enjoyable today than it normally is. It's always very enjoyable.
So, jetzt reicht's. Willst du vielleicht auch gehen? Und ich sag dir Bescheid, wenn ich fertig bin.
I am assuming you thought not having kids is great, and now you're thinking having kids is fantastic, right? Why would it work out?
Machen wir es so?
So können wir es machen, aber es kann ein bisschen dauern.
Ja, aber du sagst, ich bin geleitet. Das sagtest du. Stimmt?
Her younger brother is being put to bed, so there's no one to stop her from taking over this program. Oh, das ist Absicht? Hey.
Nein, das war nicht Absicht.
Ich hoffe, das war keine Absicht.
Das war keine Absicht.
All right, so Magnus trying to bring the king, huh? Das wird so witzig.
Ja.
Jetzt reicht's.
All those early dodgeball skills are clearly being put to good use.
Und wenn ich so die ganze Zeit sitze, dann muss ich noch sabbern. Okay, dann mache ich nämlich Quatsch.
Geh kurz hoch, ich sag dir Bescheid, wenn ich fertig bin. Das ist noch eine Frage. Gott,
Nein.
Willst du nicht?
Aber Mama hat gesagt, ich darf.
Aber ich wusste das nicht. Ich hab dir gesagt. Aber nicht gut.
Oh, nee, ich will hier warten.
Okay, weiter musst du schießen. All right, some tough parenting here, as usual.
Yes,
I won't have
very,
any
very
success on my mission, but gotta try. Rook f2 has been played.
Yeah,
How?
and
What do you do with
more passers by playing rook f3 here? Apparently, that's not even required, but it sounds like a move that wins on the spot. And yeah, just to.
Sogar alle Menschen in der ganzen Welt geliebt.
Gut gemacht. Willst du noch einmal stehen?
Ich nerv's dich. Nee.
Hör auf, nicht singen. Ich muss ja echt noch die Show machen.
I like how. Okay, Rook f2 has been played now, but I like how there's like a wall of text supporting Nelly and just talking about how cute Nelly is and just general kid-related chat. And then somebody just says, King e6 blunders the e4 pawn. Remove that arrow.
Not anymore, does it?
Not anymore, yeah. But I really liked how it just goes wall to wall, good parenting and blah blah. And then somebody very sternly informs you that you should not be blundering the e4 pawn.
He's right. I apologize. Rook f3, well played by Magnus, attacking this bishop. And if this gets taken, this pawn gets even stronger.
Yeah. Yeah, this is not very attractive. You have to say. There's just no counterplay, and black has two unassailable passers on two wings. Yeah, somewhere around here you really do have to consider resigning. Consider what? I can't even. Yeah. So yeah, on the topic of my children playing chess, I showed them the game. They did not seem interested. They were not interested until basically the time they got into university, where one of my children suddenly realized that he can use chess because he needed physical education marks to progress. And apparently chess counts as physical education. So he suddenly started taking chess lessons in uni just to get grades for PE. And the other child is now an avid watcher of Gotham. which breaks my heart every time. Like he comes home now infrequently because he lives with his girlfriend somewhere in the city, and there's always a new Gotham video on his phone. And it's
If you say Gotham, you mean Gotham Chess, the
Levy.
streamer, or the Gotham? The
No, Levy. He watches Levy nonstop, and
Papa.
and no, he has progressed to watching Eric Rosen.
Batman.
Ich mag auch lieber Batman.
It's either Levy or Eric now, and he also plays nonstop apparently.
Nur zwei.
So
Do
yeah.
you prefer, Peter, Batman or Spider-Man? We're having a debate here.
Spider-Man?
Ooh, er mag lieber Spider-Man. Peter mag lieber Spider-Man. We prefer Batman over here.
Okay.
Chair was sort of Eric Rosen or Hansen.
Rosen.
There you go.
Yeah. So I assume there's a lot of Stafford being played. And he also hit 1,000 on 1,000 precious rating points on one of the websites. Informed me of it proudly in one of our little.
Sounds exactly like those people. I have my daily arguments on my stream about Stafford great opening. Watch this video, that video. Magnus won. Quite a dominant display by the world champion. Great judgment. Great technique, beating the long time clear world number 2 nowadays. It's maybe more up for debate, but to my mind, Fabi still very much up there. So to beat him like that with black, it's very, very impressive. He also clinches the tournament. Congrats.
Well played, Magnus.
I got stuff to do. I'm not sure if you
if we noticed that you have
stuff. But yeah. Thank you so much for watching. No Dutch segment today, but yeah, I can barely speak. I'm very ill. I hope I'll be better tomorrow. It's 2 hours earlier tomorrow than today, so noon Central European time.
Absolutely.
And hope to see you there, although Magnus already won. We of course here to cover all the action. Willst du Tschüss sagen? Wir sagen jetzt Tschüss.
See you guys tomorrow.
Bye.
Okay, so let's send the challenge.
Here is challenging. Nice graphics, easy to see. What are you thinking about? You're looking how it can be the most painful?
Exactly. Okay, fine.
That I give him up a phone. He wants to be